Always going with Jesus till we always give him some praise up. Till our days up, planning on no makeup. Till our days up, till our days up. Always going with Jesus till we always give him some praise up. Till our days up, planning on no makeup. Till our days up, till our days up. Never gonna stop believing Jesus. Because he's always with us. Jesus is the best piece living in my chest. Jesus is the best piece living in my chest. Just like the rest is in my chest. Sitting at my desk, and Jesus is the best. Without him, I would have death. Jesus is the best piece living in my chest. Jesus is the best piece living in my chest. Always going with Jesus till he always give me some praise up. Till our days up, putting on no makeup. Till our days up, till our days up. Always going with Jesus till he always give me some praise up. Till our days up, putting on no makeup. Till our days up, till our days up. Jesus is the best piece living in my chest. Jesus is the best piece living in my chest. Yeah. Jesus is the best piece living in my chest. Jesus is the best piece living in my chest. Jesus is the best piece living in my chest. Jesus is the best piece living in my chest. Jesus is the best piece.
I have no goddamn clue what this kid is mumbling.
In my chest.
It's a good backbeat, good beat, good rhythm, good flow. I just got no fucking clue what he's saying. Thankfully, we're on a different track, so I can say, salutations every darling and dear heart. Ping. Not exactly at 3, but like, close enough. I was talking to myself earlier, and it kind of registered a couple of extra darlings. This is Thursday. Welcome into yet another lovely Thursday. Hope everybody's doing well. I like having my hand tracking on, it makes me flappier. I mean, those of you who had the displeasure of talking to me today know it kinda sucked, but also one of those days where I just stopped caring. And then all my cares went away. But fuck my company, seriously. Today, though, we are doing art. So I will be talking during art, probably. This, by the way, is how wide my monitor is. My pinkies are touching the edges. Bloop. It's a chunk. 'Tis a chunk. And slightly crunchy. I should be careful when I sneeze. But, I hope everybody's week has been going well so far. I know a lot of people who I care about have been having some pretty tense weeks. Lots of drama. Lots of outrageous fortune. Slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. People think that's Shakespeare. It's Poe, actually, from A Cask of Amontillado. 1,000 times I've suffered the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. Fortunato. I don't know, something like that. I'm planning on doing these art streams more often and way more relaxed because I don't want to stress on them. Also, I've been drinking. Monday, I'm not sure if you guys could tell, but I had several beers while the stream was going. And I personally didn't feel much difference. But it might have been a little bit more random, and that's about it. but I used to drink beer a lot when I was a high-functioning alcoholic, so there's tolerance there. The mixed drink I made was with mojito mix and vodka because I don't have any rum, and I'm running low on Brazilian rum, which doesn't really work exactly perfectly, and I like saving that for making that hard-to-pronounce drink Rafi Deer likes. So I realized I hadn't cracked open a bottle of vodka I had grabbed to make sangria with. Haven't made the sangria either, really, because that requires effort. And who has time for effort when they're too busy suffering mentally to function as a human being, or as a yaogwai for that matter? So I cracked that shit open, threw some mixin in there, some ice cubes, and I realized I didn't drink a lot of vodka when I was younger. It's hitting a little harder than it should. So I'm monitoring it carefully. It's over there. I don't want to be an absolute mess, but I do want these to be a little bit looser streams. More casual. Probably looks really weird, me rubbing my hands on the screen, like just placing my hands on the screen. You have no clue. It's invisible. Cha-cha. But today, let's go ahead and just move on over to Arch, since there's really no major difference between the arts and the chattings, except that the chattings doesn't have this screen here. And that's really it. The difference between me doing art and me doing chatting is occasionally I'll stop talking long enough to do something with this screen. Like, not frequently, but enough. That's what counts. We've got our standard message here. This time we are looking to actually do the floof icon. The darling counter. That one. Kind of. Could do better. I like hand tracking a lot. Not as good as ham tracking, but good enough. And then set up a template for emotes and maybe sketch out a couple. Because I do want to get moving on that. I'm definitely going to hire or commission Enya Fairy to do some emotes. Because Enya's darling. Her emotes are darling. Like, she herself, everything is amazing. I said darling. And you know what? We were 2 over at the beginning, so we can keep the extra. Need to find other people who do emotes, though. Cider. Cider has some recommendations, I'm sure. I have literally just put all of Stream Beats by Harris Heller on a mix right now, because I know my low-end mix, my lo-fi, low-energy mix is kind of same 4 albums. It's basically all done. And the high-energy one is really only good for getting amped up for killing demons or cyborgs or whatnot. I hope I don't run into too many of the Christmas albums tracks. But either way, I suppose I should probably begin. Let's actually fix the darling counter first. The times you hear me. The times you hear me. I should fix the code on that damned thing while I'm at it. But one thing at a time. Let's go on over to Vroid, where I've already got myself up. It's a lot easier to run this image statically than to try and animate the glamour. Thinking I'm just gonna do a bit of a sassy angle, nothing too bad, nothing Dutch, but maybe continental at the very least. And go to expressions. I Smiling's my best one. I mean, come on. Who doesn't like this? But that's what we've got at the moment. Let's go ahead and open mouth. I think I'll actually have to go to the poser. But that can be done because these are already assets I have. So, facial expression, let's get you all moved closer. Hello, you. You're kind of a cutie. Face expression, smiling. I take it mouth is already open on an ah? No? Well, either way. There we go, a little bit of an angle. Thinking frame the cutie mark there. How is mouth open when that is not the expression? That's not being controlled at all. Oh. Evening, Fox, darling. Welcome in and thank you for following. I was going to say, don't bother, I'm trash, I'm second screen content at best, but somebody went ahead and raided out so quickly. But, welcome in, darling. We are doing the art. I am mildly intoxicated. Thank you, by the way, so much for entertaining my darling wolf boy. I was tragically encumbered by management, otherwise I would have been there more actively while also doing my job because I'm competent, despite what they seem to think. Turn the mouth closed, go back. How has your day been? Oh, that's not fixing it. Well, that's fine. Looking at camera, look at me, look at me. Yes, good. Randomly found and glad to have witnessed him. He is really far too hard on himself. He makes me a little sad because he's very good at what he does. He has a very soft energy, which is very difficult to maintain while playing Elden Ring. Oh my goodness. Now, I have heard him swear more in Elden Ring than I have heard him swear at any other point in his existence. But he is precious. Highly underrated. I think... First of all, turn off blink. I don't need it animated. Indeed. Seems a decent sort. Glad we had the same energy as far as our views on VTubing. Yes. I unfortunately was not privy to most of the conversation you had, but I will probably I'll probably go back and watch the VOD. Who am I kidding? I can't not know what happened. I just can't. He is my darling wolf cutie. I must know. I did say that. Okay. was entertaining without being abrasive or obnoxious. That is difficult while playing a game like Elden Ring. Let's be honest. So when that frustration mounts, oof, it can be brutal. Plus the need to entertain, the urge to be entertaining, to put yourself out there, to throw personality at the screen violently. It's there, and it's strong. And he, thankfully, was very reserved in that sense. Let me move my screen a little bit so that I can get a copy pasta any moment. Win, Shift, S. Thank you. Okay, that will work for now. Bloop. New file. Custom document. Ah, a blinding white screen. Let's fill a little bit of it. Not enough of it, but enough to work. Let's get some of this background gone. Tracing tool, erase, transparency. Just clearing out all of the gray background. This should be showing it's transparent, but it's not. I dislike that. Okay. Nope, that's not what I wanted at all. About half of me doing art streams is me trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing with the art stream. How to operate the tools necessary. Let's just zoom in here real quick and grab the fine point eraser. That's not what I wanted at all. Regular eraser, much smaller. Recently decided to pick up the tablet again, been near 12 years. Well, excellent. I am glad to hear that. I am bad at art. As far as graphic design and drafting, terrible at it. Terrible at it. Oh, and then there is a Wild Raffi. First, as always, in my heart. But, I'm glad... Why can I not just click the number and then input my own? Or I can. Okay, that's fine. As I find the darndest things about this technology. Hands? Hands. Oh, that's just turning my hand upside down. That's cute. Welcome in, Raffi dear. Welcome in. Welcome in. We are manipulating my wrist around digitally. Now let's go with 3 picks. Just need to clear this out. How have things been with the Raffi dear? I have not seen you in a couple days, not heard from you since we last... Well, since we actually spoken over voice. Or I may have streamed later that day, it's hard to say. All of existence is suffering, so it's bit of a mixed bag. Let's just soften that a little bit. But I am glad to hear, Fox Darling, that you have picked up the tab again. I said darling? Thank you. That's what I'm replacing, by the way. It works, but it's not proper. It needs to be better, stronger, faster. I am glad that you are picking up the tablet again. I'm always happy to hear people are drawing. Graphic design is about all you have. Oh, no, I'm sure you have more than that. Okay, good. It did do the thing. It was just the background layer was the thing. That being said, I need to watch one of your streams, but... or several of your streams. I must watch all the streams. But I am glad to hear you are back into graphic design. Anytime anybody starts back up into something like that, I'm always happy. Trying to understand Live 2D a bit, feel I'd lean towards rigging more than artist talents. You know, honestly, rigging is something that looks, to my understanding, and of course I'm not a rigger, to my understanding, it's one of those things that looks a lot harder. Is my voice lower than usual? Perhaps. The world may never know. It looks harder than it is, but it actually is just repetitive. Which I'm not looking forward to doing the iPhone rigging for my own model here in a few weeks when I end up buying an iPhone to do face tracking with. I am looking forward to actually having good face tracking, but I can understand why people pay good money to do that instead of doing it themselves. But rigging is a good, it's a good point of employment in this industry, honestly. There are a lot of people who are very, very big and very good, big names who are so because they are the artist, but not a whole lot of people who make their name off of rigging. There are those who are very well known for rigging, but it's less of a thing, and it's just as needed. I mean, if you've got a Live 2D template, if you got a Live 2D reference sheet, art sheet, but you don't have a rigger, congratulations, you have a very expensive ping file. You need a rigger to bring it to life, or to give it motion so that you may bring it to life. Either way. Let's go ahead and add a layer. Probably could have just used the paint layer that was already there, but I don't care, not paying attention. Only rigor you want is rigor mortis. I'm not surprised. You're a college student now and an adult in a time of great historical import, which means, darling, you're probably fucked. Let's be honest. Let's see here. I believe... bloop. And I said darling. Darling. Should probably fix the programming on that also. I think the color on that's not right. Let me see here. Control Z. Let's grab the color picker. Something more on the pale side of my face. .30 pix. It did look a little thick. Nope, I can already see the problem with doing that. But I can color pick the hair bow because it's not really in the mix. 20 pix. That stayed at 30. I said 20. That's better. Now to actually make the word bubble. Is my voice really low? I might be speaking a little differently. Low in volume. Gotcha. You know what I bet it is? I bet the microphone reset itself like a bad boy. It's being a butt once again, I'm sure of it. Yep, 15% out of... Yeah, there's 80% again. There we go. That's probably better. What will I ever do with you, microphone? Microphone settings, why do you always reset? Must have been difficult to understand me before then. Because I know I'm a little bit mumbly right now. But, goodness me. I am sorry about that. Let's go with the brush. Oh, headphones, good. I'm thinking just start from there. Whip. Fill that in a little bit. And then eraser. Eraser to 20 picks. Mumbling's not bad, but without my headphones kind of jamming in your ear. Okay. Well, I'll try to speak clearer anyway. I'm not really in a clear state of existence to begin with, but... So there we've got my classic stuttering line. Shows my amazing skills as an artist that I am not able to draw straightly, even vaguely close. But then again, people who want straightness out of me are really over-expecting. Let's be honest. The only thing straight about me is my aim, which thankfully has not needed to be tested. You evaporated your glasses. Impressive. I always knew you had magical instinct. Is the college you went to? Is the college you're going to the Brazilian version of Harry Potter? Are you a wizard, Raffi? Casobrio? Hope I got that right. Probably didn't. Let's be honest. I like how my inactive hand is tracking, but my active hand was doing not a goddamn thing. And it's right in front of my hand tracking. There we go. It's a canonical Latin American magic school like Harry Potter. Ah. So it's actually part of the Rolling Verse? It's in the Amazon rainforest. God, is there nothing that company doesn't own? Not that I can complain too much. Daddy Bezos will be writing me a check at some point. Yes, I know that joke was like the lowest hanging of fruits. And that's coming from a middle-aged queer person. What does it say about your art that you're just as competent with your offhand as you are with your primary? Does that say you have great skill and talent, or does it just say you're so bad that really it doesn't matter which one you're drawing with? Take what you can get, indeed. Seriously, I have no idea where they went. Not the one from last night. Just trying to make it look not shaky and terrible. Don't care if it's a little thicker in places and a little thinner in others. It's not going to be... It's going to be... Actually, that looks really good. I might move the word bubble a little bit closer to my face bits, but it's going to be probably about that size. Maybe like yay? I don't know. Darling. Yeah, about like yay. I might round the edges of my head bits here. Let's see how that goes. I can always hit undo. Switch over to the eraser and let's just whip. It's trigger to the word, huh? Haven't seen it actually. Yes, I use voice attack to run a counter for the number of times I say darling. Need to add a couple of other pronunciations of it because sometimes something like darling, darling. Okay, that one worked. Sometimes if I mutter, sometimes if I add too much ah to it, which I'm a fan of but it can be excessive. It doesn't pick up, but that number, it gets up there sometimes. I think, actually yes, rounding me off a little bit is gonna be helpful. So I'll knock down the hard edges, which will make this look a little less cut and paste. That was me scratching the back of my neck. This is an awkward angle, but this thing is mounted to an arm on the wall. So the advantage is I don't have to lift it. The disadvantage is I can't lift it. Deleted. Deleted. Deleted! Cannot wait for that better face tracking. I will probably end up paying somebody to at least help me with it, but still. Yeah, I've got a darling counter because you are all darlings. If you follow, you are a darling. Unfortunately, you followed mainstreams, so your darlingosity was not certified on stream. But I do certify it and dub thee now absolutely 100% darling. Figured I'm already a queer person from the Midwest in their 30s living out west. I might as well just lean into it. I've been calling people darling since before most of my followers were well, actually, no. Quite a few of my followers are my age. Raffy's not. Been calling people darling since before my mod was born. But that's also not a hard metric to beat. Oh, you had a fun 15-hour trip yesterday. Were you headed back home, or did you get kidnapped? Please tell me you got kidnapped. They did rough things to you. You learned a lot about yourself. Kind of both. We will use all about the metric system. You know what? I want the metric system. I'm one of those psychopaths who actually understands multiplying by 10 is a hell of a lot easier than hogsheads to the dram. Not that anybody actually uses hogsheads or drams, but the fact that they are still measurements in our system on a technical level. Although inches and feet do make sense to a degree. Pounds is fine for relative measurement. Metric system, honestly, a combination of the two works for me. But if we said, screw it, let's Carter this, convert it, yes, I will go 100% metric. Hate that you convert on 12, like 12 inches is a foot. And it's not everything is 12. 12 inches is a foot. But do you know how many feet in a yard? Three feet. Wrong. Depends on the size of your barbecue. But yes, as a measurement goes. And then, of course, there's feet to a mile is 5,280, which sounds like 5280 or 5 tomatoes, which I only know from a meme where people make fun of the fact that people say that. I had not actually heard of that mnemonic before that meme. So, whatever. I just remember that 5 tomatoes is laughable. And don't ask me how many yards in a mile. I have no idea. I am not dividing by 3. That is far too complicated. I got my education in Washington in the 90s. I am screwed. This is Hoppy. Oh, this is from the same album as that Mumbly Kid rap from earlier. Still don't know why Windows insists on turning my microphone to 15% each and every time. Still not found your glasses, darling? Or was that a victory fucking glasses? I'm going to assume now that you found them that was a victory fucking glasses. You know what I could have done was probably drop a circle around myself on a separate art layer and then erase around and then delete that layer. Keep the corners sharper, but never really been one for planning art as much as just letting it happen. Which is strange, because I'm normally a very, very much, like, process-driven individual. It's defeated and quickly changed to a victory one. Well, that's good. So long as victory is at hand. The annoying part of growing up with the ASC, American Standard measurement system, or the imperial system, depending on where you get it from, is converting to kilos makes perfect sense. I should not think multiplying a number by 2.2 is fine for a value. But it really is. And converting to centimeters, 2.5 or 2.54, if you want to be precise, doesn't bother me one bit. Feels like I should be annoyed by that. Only recently started to... Let's see, I want to eat a medium rare filet mignon now. Do that, Raffi. Consume. Only recently started the marker board idea to keep my schedule and important dates around. I dropped my pen. You graduated back in 2001. I graduated high school in 2004. However, it's because literally my last quarter with high school, they said, oh, it's too bad you didn't go for running start. You know, you could have really done well with college classes. And I said, what the fuck is that? And they explained what running start was, that it was taking college classes that then count towards high school. And I said, okay, what classes do I need? Oh, well, you have these cores, but you really only need to graduate high school one social sciences class. Like, cool. I'll never take that. And spent an extra 2 years getting college classes on the state's dime, because why the hell did they not tell me about that earlier? Arrgh. I mean, I didn't do anything with it and didn't get a degree, but still. Graduated later than I should have. Marker board idea. The problem is with my brain, the marker board becomes very much a piece of the scenery almost immediately. So I really only remember it when I look at it and go, oh yeah, I should remember that's there. And then I immediately forget about it, just right off the bat. Had to get used to the Imperial because of Dungeons and Dragons. You're correct. No filet mignon would cost me my filet for about 4 hours. D&D is a good reason to learn the Imperial system. Better than 40k. But mostly because there's fewer neo-Nazis. Not none, but fewer. Want to hear a cool card from Yu-Gi-Oh? Sure. That's right, I saw you playing that earlier in the week, I think. Yeah, learning to divide your transit time in a city by 5 feet or by 30-foot movements to figure out how quickly you can meet up with your friends was something that actually came rather naturally to me. Oh, we're about a half a mile away downhill. Like, okay. Half mile, 5280 is 2640. Can divide that by 30. At that point, I just break out the smartphone I have in my pocket because my instructor lied to me when they said, oh, you won't have a calculator on you all the time. Bullshit. Even back in the day, I had a calculator in my damned keychain. I didn't do anything but calculator, but I was a nerd like that, so yes. Usual friendship. If the opponent accepts your handshake, the effect activates. If you reveal another specific card, they are forced to accept the handshake. That is cool. Just sort of softening some of this a little bit. The transition to the straight lines is a bit rough. That one looks fine, that one looks fine. This one looks a little stiff. I might shave a little bit more off on each side. I like cards that affect the meta level of playing itself. things that reach outside of game mechanics. It's really where I like the sort of cracked and non-canonical Magic sets, is because they tend to do things like trying to get somebody to shake your hand or playing rock, paper, scissors against your enemy. And it really sort of breaks the tension of this overly serious card game that everybody's all like, hey, did you know you could make a Turing-complete computer using Magic the Gathering cards? Well, gee, you're only the 12th person to tell me that today. Yes. Yeah, Slightly got popular on Reddit. You shoved your hand up your ass. You can accept the idea of a handshake, not shake the guy's hand. Yeah, leave it to Reddit to make everything gross. Fun place. No, that's unsanitary. That's extremely unsanitary, especially during a pandemic. You enjoy the construction of Magic decks, the ideas and strategy in them. Same here. I tend to play a lot of, well, when I can play, it's going to be Commander, or it's going to be, they call it Legacy, I think, where you're just whatever the hell you have. No real worries about whether it's a part of the current meta, just, you know, enjoy playing the game for fuck's sake. Same with building characters. Usually when I pick up a tabletop RPG, I build 10 characters as soon as I have started reading the book, so that I have an understanding of how character gen works, because that will tell you, or at least inform you to some degree, about like 90% of the rules. You have to at least say, I accept, or something. I mean, so long as you have to engage in the meta play to some degree. Which, it's not advertised anywhere. I probably should put a note somewhere, but maybe an exclamation point MTG command. Leave Raffi to figure out how to actually make commands for Nightbot. But when you subscribe or gift a subscription, each sub causes me to switch over to a real cam, show you my delicious hands, and open a pack of MTG cards. I currently have some Forgotten Realms collector boosters, some Kamigawa draft boosters, and some Innistrad Red Wedding boosters. And by some, I mean an entire box of Innistrad and most of a box of Kamigawa. Just make it say the thing about if you subscribe, I am required to open a pack of boosters in your name, and sort of rifle through them. Honestly, Kamigawa, visually, it's very good. I'm annoyed by the amount of art cards that have come out of the last year or so. So the reply would be simple. Yeah, just something that says, hey, did you know if you subscribe or gift a subscription, I open a pack of boosters on camera for each subscription. Something like that. Kamigawa, it's very beautiful. The alternate art cards to it are very nice. I'm just a little annoyed by the amount of alt art to have come out of the current sets, this year's meta. Like, there's a bunch of different alt art cards, and then just simply will remove a card from what you can potentially get to play with and give you an art card. Which, I mean, the art cards look cool, don't get me wrong, but if I buy a pack of 15 cards for a booster, I want 15 cards I can freaking play with. think if I shave this slightly. See a little bit of waver in the line. Do that. But Kamigawa actually runs well too. They took the name Bushido off of the Bushido mechanic, but it's still if a single unit attacks this round of combat, this thing happens, and it becomes more of a the other cards boost. Let me. Raffi, darling, I never doubted you for a second. But it's every card with the Bushido-like effect that is now unnamed boosts whichever solo attacker is coming out. And it can be things like the other target or the defending player can only assign one card to block, or you draw a card, that card gets first strike or double strike or something like that. Nightbot's not going to help you, darling. You keep yelling at Nightbot every time you say F. And because of the fact that the Wizards development team figured out, or was advised, that Bushido kind of is fairly modern, it comes from the end of the Warring States period, disappeared for a long time, and then just came back out as part of military indoctrination prior to World War II. Prior to Slivers, except infecting all targets 1. Yes. I actually really... I'm a little sad that I missed the part of Magic where Slivers came in the most. I was playing from Forgotten Empires. I keep wanting to say Forgotten Realms, but that's not it. Forgotten Empires until 4th edition, when they made the set where instants and interrupts were gone. It was just sorceries, but some sorceries said you could play it at any time, which is to say it was an instant. But not all instants translated that way. So Giant Growth was still a standard sorcery instead of an instant like it was before. Which is stupid. Bloody stupid. Absolutely mind-numbingly dumb. But had to crack my neck. Then I picked it back up a year or two ago. I think right before the Panini hit us. And I ended up with some slivers off of a, what do they call that? Shoebox set? A cube. That I bought off of that place that owns a rainforest now. And a magic school inside a rainforest. Because I didn't care if the cards were current, I just wanted cards. And the fact that I would get cards from, like, the Dark, Antiquity, Fallen Empires, you know. Oh my god, I've got so many freaking Snow Walkers from Ice Age 1.0. Like, that was the cool part to me. Because I'm not going to be playing against other people who aren't playing Commander where they're valid, or aren't playing Legacy where they're, you know, still valid. Ice Age and Fallen Empires. Yeah, Fallen Empires was... There's no stop to this money train. Choo-choo. Oh, wait. If we overproduce for the market that we created, then nobody wants to buy our shit. I remember when boosters were $250 each, unless it was Fallen Empires, in which case they were, oh, 150. Yeah, they're about to hit that point again big time. They massively overdid things this season, or this year. I mean, they released, I think, counting like those little hidden sets they do where it's I can't remember the term, but where it's basically like, you know, a crossover, but it's a handful of cards in a set, or a special release where you got to buy those boxes. It was like 21 or 24 sets dropped this year. At the very least, we had Strix, Kaldheim. We came back to that place with the jungle. We got 2 Innistrad sets. We got Forgotten Empires. We got Kamigawa. Or Forgotten Realms. Finally, I say it right and I say it wrong. And then, of course, Core. Like, it's just way too many sets to be putting out there. Plus, each set, again, has, like, a ton of alt art cards and a ton of flashback cards, or whatever they call them, where they just reprint an older card that isn't otherwise a part of the meta. It's just way the hell too much. Mixing franchises, which is cool stuff, but just additional content to get overwhelmed with, yeah. I was trying to get back into collecting to some degree this year, but it stopped hard? How is this Stream Beats and not an anime intro? This is a mid-thousands anime intro, folks. Like, this is a Bleach intro. This is a not Initial D intro. And then I heard that they were doing 40k next year, which I just genuinely don't want to see. I've played 40k for a long time. I know the people who play 40k. I know the community. I know various levels and aspects of it, and I know not everybody's bad, of course, but there's enough bullshit and fuckery. I really just don't want that in Magic. I mean, there's total douchebags playing Magic, don't get me wrong. But they kind of pale by comparison to the powers of the Imperium. And it's like, I get doing your not Harry Potter setting, Strixhaven. Like, that makes sense. And then immediately releasing, at the same time, Dungeons & Dragons World Book for it. That made sense. And even though the World Book's not the best, I liked it. I bought it. I bought it without question. And that's, you know, that's exactly why you do that. But like, Forgotten Realms is at least still a fantasy setting with a certain level of like medieval or early Renaissance technology, and also artifice in the lore. I mean, let's face it, Urza may as well have come from Waterdeep. I feel like it'd be messy. They don't own the IP, so it's got to be an interesting business deal. Yeah, especially with how Games Workshop has been doing their IP protection lately. I also I don't want to see what kind of fucked up mechanics they come up for justifying it. Like, the fact that they unnamed Bushido and brought in ninjutsu for Kamigawa, which ninjutsu is a great rule. Urza and Mishra were Waterdeep educators, totally. Yeah, they moved north when the Spell Plague happened and Neverwinter got destroyed to help with the rebuilding efforts. Like, that's canon. That's gotta be. God, I loved Mishra's Factory back in the day. I played Green and Red, Flash movement and Flash buffing back in the day when that was not common. And, is that on my screen? Well, it's not erasing. And one of the things I loved was Mishra's Factory. Just, it's a land that can become a creature. So I attack with my land, but it can't be attacked otherwise. Ow, my wrist. This is extremely painful. There we go. Factory full of mistresses sounds like a dream. Not Mistress Factory. That sounds like a visual novel from that company I used to work for. Mishra was a artificer from the deep, deep lore of Magic the Gathering. Working as intended. Yes, it just works, folks. I think Bethesda actually controls Ultra Leap, I'm not gonna lie. Thank you, Raffi. I really should start putting cost to those in bits, but at the same time, they're so much fun, and pretty much only Raffi uses them, so... You're gonna say hi to Fluff Blurb? Am Fluff. Don't have a blurb. Sulf. Ah, Sulfson. Say hi from me too, darling. Sulf, or Sulfrish, is a part of the collective that Raffi comes from, not as a streamer, but as an ardent fanboy. She is very darling. She does a lot of VR streaming, mostly rhythm games. Mostly Audica. Big Audica player. She's a very sweet person. Quite sweary, which is also fun. I think with the corners cut, I can actually shrink this a good bit. Not that far. I meant to. Can I get a grab? Let me grab. Grab is a different tool. It should be said, you are a delightful person to speak with. Appreciate my time. Well, thank you, darling. I appreciate that. I like to try and at least maintain, if I'm going to be having conversations, at least maintain a successful tone to those conversations. I think framing the eye like that works. Like, I enjoy talking to people, and the fact that you are of a similar vintage helps. I think, to be honest. Because I know several people who play Magic the Gathering in person. I know them as real human beings with, like, a wallet and car keys and everything, who were not around for those days, and have the wildest misconceptions about the way games were played, about the way the game went, and about how everybody played at the time. It's almost like listening to somebody describe the Old West because they watched John Wayne movies. And it's amazing. Like, one of the common things I hear is, well, you'd have those people with a deck that's just, 10 mana and 30 lightning bolts. No. No, you didn't. In theory, you could play that way. No one did. A rare breed, especially in this community. Yeah, I have found Twitch is either high school and early college age Zoomers, or elder millennials, and there's pretty much nobody else left. Like, the younger millennials have moved away from it because it's not cool. There's something else available for them, and, like, anybody older than elder millennial is... well, they have better shit to do. Oh, couple of ads. Sorry, darling. Self is the sweetest. Welcome back, darling. I feel bad about the ads. I cannot just turn them off on the channel entirely, as far as I can tell. I've got them mitigated to a degree with a custom role so that you don't get stuck with ads just walking in, but I also leave the first couple minutes open to just play music because of that. But I also, personally, I paid for the, whatever they call their premium subscription, where you get no ads, but you get no benefits of subscriptions to individual streamers unless you sub. If you play ads once in a while, newcomers don't get any. Yes, if ads are routinely played during stream, it can be set up so that people don't get a beginning ad roll, which is good because beginning ad rolls actually kill your viewership pretty heavily. A lot of people see a noticeable drop-off in viewers from their last unmonetized streams to their first monetized streams because of the fact that people who like their content but just can't subscribe or won't subscribe immediately get inundated by 90 seconds to 3 minutes of ads the second they show up. Well, 30 seconds to 3 minutes the second they show up. And nobody has time for that. Nobody wants to sit around and deal with ads like that. If it's a choice between watching a streamer I'm subbed to and thus don't have to deal with ads, that's doing something I may not be interested in, like Dead by Daylight, or sitting around for 90 seconds while I deal with ads to see whether So I added that when I was playing Doom 2016. Disturbed, right? Noticed it being a problem trying to raid somebody and getting stuck in an ad. Yes, that's the worst. Why are ads on when you're raiding? Seriously. It's been a bit too long for a free to redeem. Yes, I need to add bit prices to some of those, and I also need to go through my sounds to begin with, do a better curation, but there's no way I wasn't going to throw Indestructible in there, especially with the number of shooters I end up playing. That actually would have been fantastic when I was doing the last session of Cyberpunk, doing the Silverhand ending, Judgment. That would have been great. But yeah, raiding into somebody and getting hit with an ad, I immediately just drop out. I've got my 300 points from the person I'm subbed to, or the person I follow at least, for being a part of the raid. I'm not going to stick around if I'm dealing with ads like that. And it's not the streamer's fault, it's just I've got better things to do than watch ads. If I wanted to watch ads, I'd still have television. The only time I deal with ads is when I'm watching YouTube, because I refuse to pay for premium on something that used to be free without a whole shitload of ads, and I detest that we've gone away from that, especially when it's been bought up by a major company, so they don't have to do that. Well, in theory.
Vangelis exclamation mark 11111 sent via thronegifts.com.
Holy shit. Thank you, darling. Thank you so much for the gift of Blade Runner soundtrack. Imagine having a head block. It's a poor mechanic. Twitch isn't about being discoverable. Exactly, exactly. You want to be discovered on Twitch? Have a TikTok. Not even joking. But I get picked up by some people, and occasionally I get found by people who follow people, such as yourself and Raffi, and that is honestly fantastic because I get to meet people who I already know are going to be good folk, and Raffi. I think that looks good. Now to put in text. Yeah, Raphael Zio became a part of the group because my senpai, Kelly 0C, it's supposed to be OC for overcoat, but they couldn't take Kelly OC that was taken, so they went with 0C instead of coming up with a different name. But Kelly 0C was doing Euro Truck Sim, I believe it was, with a cute little PNG from a Pi Crew, the same one I use. In fact, if you hit exclamation point PNG, it still has that stats. But Zero Coat, yes. And just there weren't a whole lot of people watching, and Raffi saw cute anime girl wearing trucker hat and figured they would check it out. And that's how I ended up with my first mod, actually. You actually did beat Cider in being a mod. Mostly because I didn't think I needed one until you were in chat arguing with the censor bot, and I was pretty sure it was going to time your ass out permanently or ban you. Yeah, no, you are my first mod, darling. You were my first. I don't believe Cider was there first. Well, Cider was here first, but I don't believe I modded him first. Because I wouldn't need a mod. I still largely don't need a mod, except when bots show up and I'm busy stabbing things. Yeah, says on the redeem. Yep, see? The redeem counts. Also, Avalon 2040, welcome in, welcome in. Sorry, darling, I didn't see you redeem second. I believe I had just gotten hit by some indestructibility. But welcome, darling. 2 for the price of 1. Let's see here. I think I'm going to go to a 16-point font and have another sip because the alcohol is wearing off. I could probably go up to 18. $18 will work. And then the fun part of maneuvering my tablet out of the way to reach my keyboard. Darling. Darling? Good enough. Avalon was a lot sooner than Indestructible. I'm just dumb. No, the vast majority of discoverability for a Twitch streamer comes from having alternate means of communicating and showing that you're a Twitch streamer. Mostly TikTok. Or having a YouTube channel that you post shorts to. Because TikTok's a functioning formula, a well-proven formula. So even people who rip it off, it does well. Well, this is going fucking hard. For a song named Fjord. I like this. Oh, the TikToks. Twitter, Discord has been primary connection points at the moment. You're fighting yourself every day just to sit down and make these 15 seconds for... Yeah, I do nothing useful with my YouTube channel. I am currently specifically only hosting my VODs on it. I need to make more clips, and I need to then also make short highlights to put onto shorts, and to get a fucking TikTok. I don't want a TikTok. But the number of people who followed the people I look up to in this industry because they were on TikTok, I'm so angry. Just like strangling. The vomit, chew it back. I hope shorts take off more than they have so far, because I don't want a fucking TikTok. I just don't. Also, I like the way my wrist defaults to sitting a little bit. Fabulous. Perfect. Honestly, this is still largely a hobby for me, so long as my company does not fuck me over so hard I literally just quit. Which hasn't happened yet. And just think about the fact that I don't care if I get my vestment. I want my vestment. But I care less about keeping my vestment by hitting my 5-year than I do about giving that up to the company, because I just don't think they deserve the money I earned through my hard work, sacrifice, and dealing with their fuckatry. Should not happen. Just no. No. No, nay, never. I think that looks, to quote as a wise man once said, darling. Ping. You know really well that if you get a TikTok, I'll follow right after. Please don't make me do this. For your sake, Raffy dear, I will not get a TikTok. But that means I'll have to pay attention to my shorts. On YouTube. And promote myself through other methods. I'm not actually wearing shorts right now. Let's get this saved before things get weirder. Too late! Oh good, it doesn't display the display menu. I was curious about that after I hit the display menu. Let's see here, PNG... Darling Ping. Seriously though, if you think that's a way to grow you want to use, give it a go. You do know the kind of people who will appear from TikTok though. You mean teenagers? But also, yeah. I don't want to judge TikTok users, but don't say the T word. Okay, Raffaelzio aged people. I'll really get to work on it once my model gets finished. Be a little bit later this summer. I must watch your channel. When do you stream next, darling? Let me hop over to OBS. Oh my god, it's so confusing. Because there's this screen down here, and then there's my OBS, which is just that screen. Typically Tuesday through Thursday, or Tuesday and Thursday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. 5 to 7 CST, so 2 o'clock. All right, Central. 3 o'clock my time. Okay. I will have to check you out. There is one person I normally watch from around noon Pacific-ish to 4:30 Pacific-ish. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, but I will gladly lurk their channel on occasion because, I mean, I'm otherwise always freaking there. I like this. This track is good. I need this album. But I will definitely check you out, darling. Let's see here. Desktop. Vroid's where I keep all of my stuff because I'm smart like that. Darling Ping. Need to resize it. Let's get the visual on that. Did not realize how small this was. It's probably going to be better to... Yeah, because it's just going to become enormous. Well, it's already there. Darling Count, can I change your font? I can. Pacifico. I like that. Also, you know that with a transparent background, it'll get hard to read on some contexts of the stream, right? Slightly brighter red. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, maybe go with the pink with your eyes. That's okay, Fox Darling. I started as a ping too, as did, like I said, Kelly, as did another inspiration of mine, Quilby. Oh my god, Quilby is great. She started as an adorable, fluffy fox ping, like just chubby, floofy fox. She is a space fox. She is absolutely great. Just fill off-white in the bubble itself. You know, I'm actually thinking you're right on that. I think if well, let's leave you there for now. Let's go ahead and pull my screen back. Hello, tablet. Feel free to just knock everything everywhere. You are huge, and I'm glad I bought the bargain brand. I think if I zoom her into the eyes. Get some of this lighter violet. Grab a bucket. Move over to the image layer. Or the have to do a little cleanup around the edges, but working with a Huion yourself. I'm not familiar with Huion. I think going a little paler. I like that. What do you guys think? Oh, bother. Okay, Raffy, this time I am the dumb. I'm using a Huion as well. Bit brighter pink. Need to go more towards the pale Sakura. I am using a Huion 20? Yeah, it's the Huion 20, not the Plus, I don't think. But they're fantastic. It cost me, it actually came out to be, and I'm the second best answer it could have been. And that is $420.96. So close. It was $420.69. Perfect. But I'll take 96 because it at least knows where it was going. It just decided to not. And I can respect that. But it is a great big, it is literally the main monitor here, the one that I have my OBS on right now, and the one I normally play games on, or do everything on when I'm not arting. When I'm not arting, my OBS is down on my tablet. It's the same size. Like, it is a 20-inch 16:9 aspect ratio monitor. So the difference is the refresh rate mostly, which my main monitor has a higher refresh than a tablet because it's a tablet, so it doesn't need a high refresh. But yeah, Huions are great. Nothing will beat a Cintiq for the number of layers of pressure, levels of pressure that they have, plain and simple. That being said, it's not worth the damn money Cintiq is charging. Period. And yeah, taking the credit card and then canceling the credit card. Honestly, taking the credit card and then just never using it actually works really well for your credit. I believe, since you said CST, you're in the States, you're in the Midwest. I am from Illinois, but I live out here in Washington now. So, you know, canceling that card will actually impact your credit rating. And I know this because I've had to recently finance things like a new shower. Central Illinois. I'm from Western Illinois. I'm from Macomb. Actually. Unless my father asks, then it's Scioto. I don't remember enough of a difference to give a shit. I just know it's better than Swan Creek, where my uncle lives, his twin, because there's 12 people there. And I just doxed myself super fierce if anybody actually cared that much. I must now find Swan Creek, Illinois, look up every address, and find every single name attached to it. He's one of those. A nephew to one of those somewhere. How many nephews could there be in a Midwestern family? In the Baptist Presbyterian region of the Midwest, at that. They aren't known for being incredibly populous individuals. Yeah. A few, It's actually showing darker on my screen up here than it is on my tablet. But that's closer to the pale Sakura. I think if I turn that, that's not how that tool works, and I'm glad that I learned that. I think that works well, though. But no, yeah. People ask me why I don't live back in the Midwest, back in Illinois with my family, and the answer is I'm incredibly queer and I like to live. I mean, I'm a millennial, so like half of that's true. But my family is very much not accepting of my general existence. And that's fine. They can die angry about it. My father is very supportive, give or take wanting grandkids, which he doesn't understand, is kind of a shitty thing to ask still. And my mother is 100% behind the fact that she has grandkitties, and that is it. She just wants me to have a happy, comfortable relationship. Which, I mean, if I weren't an absolute disaster. Here for your wife's family business, yeah. If you have supportive family in the Midwest, there's nothing at all stronger than a supportive Midwest family. I don't. I'm 2,000 goddamn miles away for a reason. Oh, your mother took it well as you thought. I'm glad to hear that, Raffi dear. I take it you're not saying anything to your dad anytime soon. Looks like she forgot. Looks like she forgot it after 10 minutes when she started yelling at you for college, so nothing changes. Good on Mom. Teach their own, let people live for who they want to be. Yes. Exactly. Raffi, darling, recently came to be one of the team, as it were. And I absolutely love and support them. And will be there if their family will not. I mean, there's a disadvantage of Raffi living in Brazil and me being in Washington. But... and of course, by that language that Raffi uses, you can tell he's still about as subtle as a train wreck through a pile of bricks in a burning tire dump. But I love you anyway, darling. There we go, 2 pixels. A lot more solid color shifting. Getting out of the closet ain't gonna get any subtler. Never. Understand I will always talk shit about you, but never force yourself to be what you do not want to be, even if that is, you know, subtle, respectable, pants wearing, those kinds of things. I mean, what do I always say at the end of my streams? What's the first thing I always say? Other than thank you, way, way too often. Be the monster you needed as a child. Look, darling, you can say fuck as many times as you want. I love Lewis Black. And that is a reference that is way too old for you, but I know Avalon will get it. And I'm willing to bet our dear fox friend will. That reminds me, Linares, are you a blue fox by chance? Or not a literally any other color? Lewis Black is a comedian from... I think he did stuff in the 80s, but definitely 90s and early 2000s. The old angry Jewish guy comedian, basically. And he was famous for having been banned from a venue for saying fuck too many times. The irony is it was the Kennedy Center. The Kennedy Center, named after JFK, didn't like the amount of fuck he had. Carnegie Hall at least gave him a 42 fuck limit, which was a reasonable number. I think he exceeded that by a couple, but still. He's Lewis Black, like a lot of the generally liberal, angry guy comedians from the late 80s, early 90s. No longer politically valid, like getting kind of cringe. I mean, I hate to say it, but Jon Stewart's podcast is really uncomfortable at this point. Like, liberalism and progressivism's moved on without them, which is unfortunate. Imagine having to proofread your content from the number of curses. That's why I am pushing a friend of mine who can keep their tongue under control. Y'all know better. To apply for the Niji Sanji recruitment they've got going on, or tryout they've got going on. Because I think they would do fantastically. And they are big Niji Sanji fans. But I will not, because I do not want to be limited. If I am restricted, it is by my own choice and or sense of self-preservation. If somebody tells me you can't say something on stream, guess what I'm going to figure out how to say. Now, obviously, I'm not stupid. I'm in my late 30s. I am in my early late 30s, about to start my mid-late 30s, because people can count like that. It's a part of the imperial system, Raffi. I'm not stupid. I know there's things you do not say. 37, yes, exactly. Unless you are just an absolute prick. And I at least try to be less of a prick day by day. But I'm not going to hit a level of zero prickiosity. My prickishness will never reach 0. It might reach 6, 7 if it's got a bit of a curve to it, but like, never 0. That being said, if I am limited strongly in my speech, I do not do well. How I managed to do so well in customer service, I don't know. But I'm glad I work in auto damage where I get told that I'm doing somebody like 25/8. I mean, I'm not going to say that. But if the shop and the customer are degens, I feel better about raising the bar by just using normal speech. Also, like, one of my supervisors is Jewish, and hearing people say that to him was always funny. Because depending on if his boss was watching, it was either a gotta be the better man, or the fuck you just say? Let me give you an education about that. Depending on, you know, if his boss was watching and if it was one of the shops that my company partners with. Because if you're contracted to us, you keep your whore mouth shut. That's just the way it goes. Yeah. I guess on an intellectual level, I could stop myself from saying fuck. I'm obviously not, because I'm not operating on an intellectual level. Even now that I'm mostly sober. If my customer service calls weren't recorded, I would have easily educated many a person. I have gone off on... There's a double standard between the automotive shops and literally everybody else. Because mechanics are foul-mouthed Luddites. So you can go a little bit looser on them. But not customers. And some of the things I have said to shops, I accidentally ended up kind of forecasting someone's father's death, unfortunately. Because he was a partner shop, a member of our program. She's a preferred provider, which means I'm cordial, but I don't have to take any shit, because nothing else, my boss will talk to his boss. And he just, at the beginning of the pandemic, completely unscripted, went off on how it's fake, and how, honestly, and this guy's in his, honestly, it'd be a good thing if it killed off some old people so that the strong men could lead these weak kids that are coming out nowadays. Like millennials. I'm like, first of all, how old is a millennial? Oh, like a teenager? No, I'm a millennial. I'm 35 at the time, because this pandemic never ends. And second, how old are you? Oh, I'm 67. You're an old man. You will literally die if you catch COVID. Think about that for 5 damn seconds. Do you really think you are the strong that will lead the children that are me? Now, where were we about this goddamn vehicle we're supposed to be working on? And he said, only the weak die from COVID. Like, that was literally the last thing he said to me. A month later, I'm calling that shop on another vehicle. And I get the receptionist who's walking me through things. I'm like, well, where's Jimmy? Jimmy's not his name, of course. He's the one who wrote this estimate. And she goes, Jimmy's on bereavement leave. His father died of COVID. Give him my condolences. I'm sorry to hear that, and I know that we don't know each other well, but if he does need to talk, I'm here for him. That's so sweet of you. In my head, I'm like, only the weak die of COVID, you say? Only the weak. Only the weak. Fucking think about that, but you won't. Deal with so many doctors, lawyers, and dentists who complain about $13 processing fees. Sir, you made more wasting time on this call than we were talking about. Yes, 1,000%. And that's... I seldom deal with attorneys in my end. Attorneys usually get brought in on the injury side of automotive insurance. I don't deal with that. I blessedly only deal with cars. If cars get injured, I talk to a foul-mouthed person who thinks that saying Jewing and jipping is perfectly fine these days. Which is fine. It's a lot better than dealing with an attorney. But when I do deal with an attorney, I always get the time you're taking to process this, I could be making, and like, I'll stop you right there, you're charging your client. You're already making that. Meanwhile, my program isn't moving any fucking faster. You repair expensive sunglasses for Maui Jim. Well, first of all, good on you. That kind of sounds fun. I like repairing. I like building. I like crafting and restoring. One of the things I want to do once I get access to my workshop again, because it's just so full of products, so full of projects, and so full of tools that need to get put the hell up, is I do straight razor restorations. I do other restorations, but I love straight razor restorations because that's how I keep this smooth skin here. You know. This stuff. Smooth. Dolphin smooth. But I imagine the people who buy Maui Jim sunglasses probably don't have strong or don't have positive opinions about anybody who, you know, doesn't. You know, like Tesla owners and Porsche owners. Thank you, darling. I try my hardest. This is all, of course, an illusion. The gem in my neck there, in my clavicle, is a control gem for a Fey glamour I got off of somebody for, somebody I know for services rendered to conceal my true form as a Yagwai, because it can get a little messy. Get a little bit more intense than most people would expect. AKA, I haven't paid to have somebody make a live 2D or ping of my true form. Because I'm sure as hell not competent enough to do that. But I want one. Sanity rending even. Somebody who had spotted me in my natural form said, wow, it's like if Cronenberg had been hired to make a Pokemon. So quite possibly. Dude, you can get a half liter of karate for half the price of a bag if Ruffle... What? Raffi, are you okay? Are you having a stroke? Do you need me to call the bondulance? I still have not told Jimmy at the shop to eat his own fucking words because I'm not an asshole, but with the way he spoke to me last time we talked, I'm sure he understands how much of a dumb motherfucker he is. You're ordering snacks. Your model will be a Fey Prince. You didn't answer me. Are you a blue fox? Or literally any other color? This is important information. That looks a lot cleaner. A lot better. Technically only fox in name. Oh, Phino. Fox in name only. Well, that's good. Not that I have anything against foxtubers. I am, in fact, quite drawn to them. I know several who are... Well, actually, they're kind of drawn to me now that I think about it. The vagary and fuckery of outrageous fortune and happenstance has drawn many a foxtuber to me, and a surprising number of them are blue. It's like if you can't be a cat girl, you be a fox person. And if not a fox person, it's a wolf. And if not a wolf, it's whatever the fuck. The answer is yes at that point. But you are a Fey Prince. You might know the member of the Sealy courts I got this glamour from. Not to name names or anything, I don't want to, you know, out anybody or kink shame respectively, but let's just say I do enjoy summer more than I should. Much cleaner, much cuter. I keep wanting to... The perfectionist in me is all like, this is slightly bumpy! It's slightly bumpy, it's wrong! I also know... at about that size, not gonna matter. Your color actually comes from the orange and black fox. And yes, Raffi, we have ruffles. Ruffles are wavy lays. Except we also have lays waves, which are made by the same company. Because everything's terrible forever. Let me... Oh, you know what I could do to make this a little bit easier on me is... shrink the canvas down. $17-ounce vodka for half the price of Ruffles. Wow. Not good vodka, of course. Well, I would imagine not. But vodka. Now, Brazil's economy and the price of things is really bizarre. Raffi has some interesting stories about the kinds of things you can buy at pricing. Oh no! It did the thing. Get down here. Okay, there we go. Now it's... Yes, it's framing properly. Perfect. Perfect. Let's put you in the corner. Nobody puts Darling in a corner. I had to do that while I was working on it. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Yes, that came out a lot better than I thought. Think that's good framing. It's hard to tell with my screen also providing a gray edge. Guess what you're drinking today? Cheap vodka. Same. I mentioned it earlier before you showed up, but I have a mojito mixed with vodka because I don't have rum and I'm running out of the difficult to pronounce Brazilian rum that you sold me on, and I want to keep that for making that difficult to pronounce summer drink that you also sold me on. So I mixed some vodka because I had some cheap vodka for making sangria, but I also didn't make the sangria because that requires effort. Did I like it at least? Yes, because it was a mojito. It tasted a little Parkland, or I suppose for Fox, a little Colibri Green, but it's good enough. It was a bottled mojito mixed with the cheapest vodka I could find because my intent was to mix it with the cheapest red wine I had and some fruit punch and some random fruit chunks. It worked. It actually wasn't as sweet. I need to have added some simple syrup to it because the citrus of the mojito didn't cut down the vodka taste as much as it would cut down rum, because rum is sweeter than vodka. I think that works. Let me just go ahead and block that. Also, this vodka, Corote, has the weirdest flavors. I bet. Blueberry and Tutti Frutti. that is the one thing I like about vodka, is that if you are lazy about mixing things, if you don't want to be a mixologist, don't want to be a bartender to make something tasty, just buy the flavored vodka. And then if the brand you buy has too low of a vintage for you, too low of a percentage, buy some good old gasoline stuff, like some cheap bottom shelf that's going to get you lit. Mix them. Like, if you want a cranberry vodka, but you don't want to, like... Well, okay, cranberry vodka's not at all complicated. But I don't know drinks, so... I don't know drinks, I just know drinking. The vodka cranberry, instead of, like, getting the cranberry mash, or cranberry stew mash and muddle, and the vodka and the soda water, you just, like, get cranberry-flavored vodka and some soda water, or, like, a cranberry LaCroix, because it's going to have a slight amount of more cranberry into it. Done. Done. That's all you need. Darling. That is lovely. That is lovely. 13.5% is honestly worse than some of the wines I have on my shelf right now. So that is a job done. Message box. Let's go ahead and delete Darling counter. Calm your tits. Proof icon for the channel redeem. That's going to be the harder part. Shit has got to go out before morning, that's for sure. If Mom finds it, you're dead. Is it because Mom doesn't want you drinking, or because Mom wants you to have standards? Because I know my mom wants me to have standards. Very big difference. But she also comes from the other half of Illinois. Well, actually the same area, but like not the religiously asshole-ish, but the drunken trailer park trash side of it. Drinking alone might not have been a well thought out idea. Learn that now, before you become me. Get her done. Oh my god, she is such a redneck, but she lives in Bremerton by the naval base. Oh my god, she lives in a fucking cul-de-sac, but she's all like, get her done. And country. It just... Yes, you're from back there. Yes, you're from then. Yes, that you're from that stock. That doesn't mean you are now. You have a college degree. You graduated as an officer in the military, or you retired as an officer in the military. You retired as a lieutenant fucking colonel. You are not that level anymore. You are no longer folk of the hill. Getting hammered for the first time, might as well do it with my friends. I mean, I kind of want to say how we're your friends. But mostly because I like enabling bad life choices. Like turning your wrist inside out like that. But no. Drink socially. Avoid drinking alone. I don't care what, Steppenwolf. That was Steppenwolf. I don't care what Steppenwolf says. Avoid drinking alone, he says as he polishes off his vodka and cheap bottled mojito, which is mostly ice. Store refused the council. Well, sounds like, take a sip and throw it out. Toss it into your bag, bring it back to the college. Whatever. Floof counter. I'm not looking up there, that's my OBS. Looking over here. Actually, let me, put y'all on the BRB, and then I'm going to give us an ad roll here so that if anybody comes in mid-stream at this point, they're not missing out any of the good stuff. I'll just be back back in a couple of minutes. I do apologize, Fox, but this will give us a bit of a pee break. Boop. And for those of you who subscribed, thank you. Oh, look, you still have all your chunks. Eat food. I'm not getting you better food. You get that food and you deal with it. You ain't no princess, cat. You're owned by a lazy fuck who is not gonna get you more food because you don't like that particular chunks and globs. I know, and you're very salty about it. You wanna talk to my manager? Guess what? I ain't got a manager. It's streamer time. I talked to Raffy, but I don't think he's gonna care. Actually, you know what? Let's splash. That was way too much raspberry. Alright. Challenge accepted then, I guess. And Perrier. Raspberry and lime works great. Legitimately, anybody who says it doesn't is a damned liar. Heathen. And I refuse to accept them as people. And then way too much of this McCormick vodka. McCormick. The only other McCormick I know of does seasonings. It's probably the same one. Eh. Okay, this is another one that sounds like a damn anime soundtrack. Bonk. Roll my share into my tiny computer nook. Okay, this is absolutely the soundtrack to a level of Sonic. This is definitely a Sonic soundtrack. Maybe Final Fight. Might be a fighting game, not Street Fighter. Otherwise, absolutely Sonic. Welcome back, Fox Darling. And we're actually going to switch over to, I'm going to pull my camera off. I'm going to, there needs to be a better way to do this. Disable face tracking. Live cam, because a wild blitzkrieg has appeared. Look at this majestic idiot. Get closer, camera. You physically can't. There we go. I need to figure out what my cable is catching on. He is upset because he got a new big can of cat food. He takes the soft stuff because he forgot to pee once, and I'm not doing that hospital bill again, or my cat almost dying. So he gets soft food, so he has plenty of moisture. But the stuff he likes is not being manufactured right now because of shortages, so he gets chunks of things in goop, which he's normally cool with. But this particular chunks of things that he got today, he's very salty about. He does not like that one, and he wants to talk to my manager. But so long as his bowl's full, he's gonna fucking deal with it, because I'm not giving him more food. But look at this beautiful idiot. This majestic jackass. He is my emotional support derp. He is the reason why I did not commit toaster bath on several occasions. I mean, also, you know, my friends and such, and reasons to live, and love, and whatever. There's the stack of magic cards I've got prepared for people subbing and resubbing. You've got... Oof. Look at that. That is a gnarly mat that I just pulled out of you. You were just so full of fluff. This guy is just so fluffy. And I love him to death. And it is cat cam time because Cat showed up. This is his favorite box. It's from Costco. He refused to let me throw it out. Every time I went to break it down, he jumped into it. And then my fantastic neochrome stemless wine glasses, because I'm fancy like that. Okay, boo-boo. Okay, Bitsy. We're gonna go back to the art cam. Art. Bye, kitty. Face tracking. Why is that? Why is there no hot button for that? Ah, stop. Why you poke? Why you headbutt with your big steam shovel-y head? Bowling ball skulled little prick. Boop. I suppose it keeps him from chomping, I guess. Make sure this is mixed because I used the raspberry coffee syrup, because you should always have a couple coffee syrups on. Flavors you want. So you never know when you have the opportunity to mix them. Some ice and a can of Perrier lime. Oh yeah, that's horribly bad idea because I cannot taste the vodka, and I know there's a good amount in there. Woo! This is gonna be fun. What was I doing? Ah yes, check this out. We're checking, darling. Speaking of, I need to go over... Oh. giving a dear friend of mine some supportive messages. It tastes like blueberry syrup, the vodka. I would imagine blueberry vodka would taste kind of like vodka with blueberry syrup, especially at 6 rial, which is about $1, if I recall correctly. Now, my friend who's applying for Niji Sanji's very self-conscious about their editing, so unfortunately I have no idea. Shit, my art gloves. I left them in my kitchen. That's okay, I have a bag of them over here. Come here, you! This is why I have multiples. Ha ha ha. And keep each other stable and grounded. Indeed. But, unfortunately, I have no idea what, editing software is video editing software is supposed to look like. I haven't used anything since Windows came with a movie maker for free. That was, good enough it kind of screwed over people trying to sell movie making programs. And please make one 5-minute video. It talks for a total of 12 minutes after doing 2 hours of takes. I had to cut most of that outline out. That's, yeah. They scripted it. They made an outline, which is good, but they are verbose. And I love them. DaVinci Resolve. Okay, I will check that out. Because I do need to get a video editing softwares that isn't Highlight Maker in Twitch. For when I'm using literally anything but Twitch. But they apparently took like 1,000 million takes. And, their relatively short script, I can only imagine they tangented because they're really good at that. But their 4-paragraph script for 5 minutes ran 12 minutes after it cuts. New. This is where I go off screen to where I have some Windowses that are up that contain sensitive information, so I can see 112 by 112, 56 by 56, 28 by 28. So this is basically making an emote, but it's for the floof icon for the channel points, so it's not just bubbles. Bubbles! So let's just go ahead and drop the canvas down. Let's give us, 112 by 112. Image. Scale to new size. 112. And come on, jeez, Pete's. 112. Get in on that postage stamp action. This is going to be the largest canvas of them. Now, how the fuck do I draw things? I think I want to switch to the blue color. For doing lines. What I'm going to do is go over here and Google floof. That's an actual stock. Flower One Holdings Incorporated. stock name Floof. You're actually doing pretty well. Just looking for some inspiration. So I'm thinking I'm partial to Sakura Blossoms. I am, yes. It's not core to my character design, but I mean, being something from Chinese folklore, Chinese Taoist ideology, using sakura flowers, kind of weeby. On the other hand, I am a weeb. And screw it. Cherry blossoms are cute. But the channel points are called floofs, because this is the fluff pile, which, welcome into the fluff pile, darling. Not sure if I said that. Lean into the cringe. I mean, I'm already a 37-year-old male pretending to be a cartoon on the internet. The, what is the phrase I use? Femby link you buy off Wish. So, can't get any worse. Aw, much heart. Hey! Hand tracking's working well enough to kind of make a heart. Son of a bitch. Bully boys, hello. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the time is done, we'll take our leave and go. Is this an album? Is this an album? Take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tugging is done, we'll take our leave and go. Before the boat had hit the water, this is a good rendition. Came up and caught her, all hands to the side, harpooned and fought her when she dived down low. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar. This is don't think this is an album. They didn't release a sea shanty album, I'm gonna be upset. It's a single. Damn it. Days or even more, the line went slack, then tight once more. Our boats were lost, there were only 4, and still that whale did go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on, the line's not cut and the whale's not gone. The wellerman makes his regular call to encourage the captain, crew and all. You know what? We're not doing shit for the next couple minutes. I'm backing this up and putting the volume up a bit. Brace your ear holes, folks. It's pirate time. There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Billy O.T. The winds blew hard, her bow dipped down. Below me, bully boys blow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She'd not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side, harpooned and fought her when she dived down low. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. No line was cut, no whale was freed. The captain's mind was not on greed, but he belonged to the whaleman's creed. She took that ship in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum.
One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. For 40 days or even more, the line went slack, then tight once more. Our boats were lost, there were only 4, and still that whale did go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on. The line's not cut and the whale's not gone. The wellerman makes his regular call to encourage the captain, crew, and all. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go.
Yep. 100% worth derailing my stream for. That was perfect. I need to bitch Harris Heller out for not having an entire album of shanties. Or work songs. Or whatever we used to sing at SCA events. Like, basically everything. Come on. That mix, especially like in that final bit where he kicks in with the fucking guitar and drum. Beautiful. And back to instrumental shit. Perfect. Let me see here. I was thinking something, bitch. Like if I... It's got a certain power to it, done really well. Yes. I actually had not heard Wellerman until the whole sea shanty meme had picked up. But I'd known several shanties. Of course, I'm a fan of Stan Rogers. You don't know boat songs without, if you know Stan. You don't not know boat songs if you appreciate Stan Rogers. And Roger Whittaker. But that was divine, simply exquisite. Thinking, so I'm seeing one piece is sort of like some spikier bits at the top, some ears, and then like that, and it's just a big old floofy dog face with, you know, whoop, eye, nose, something like that. Well, doot, 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 doot. Not what I need to do. You'd written a bardic parody for your party's travels to the tune of What Should You Do with the Drunken Sailor? Drunken Sailor is a classic. That is one I have sung around a campfire at a medieval LARPing event more than once. Was it? I'm curious as to what you do with a drunken what, though, in your version. I think... Go to the eraser, kill all that. That's just sort of like what I'm looking at as one thing. I'm thinking something a little simpler, not actually a dogue, so not copyright infringing. I just tossed the whole thing to you. You need to record it truthfully. Well, I mean, if you feel comfortable tossing it to me, my DMs are open, darling. But I understand if you don't want to. I am unreasonably happy with how that turned out. That looks great. But, Drunken Sailor was one that I know very well, or knew very well. And then one that comes up on the Rhoda, at least with, Apple's music thingy-ma-what, and with, Amazon's music thingy-ma-what, which is what I'm using. A health. Here's a health to the company. One for my lass. We'll drink and be merry all out of one glass. That one came up a lot at the campfires too, because I was a part of a mercenary company. My family was a mercenary company. So it was a lot of to the company type stuff. I think another option is big, like billowy curls and coils, like a poorly animated cotton ball. And the thing is, I'm not sure how to compose past this. I do like the idea of a pair of eyes sticking out at you. Especially since I could just grab my own eye color. But that's an option. This is where you can see that I'm very much not a graphic artist. Let's see here. Round out the eyes a bit more. Should be using Control Z here, but yeah, fairly rounded, fairly open C-shaped. Some overlap here and there. All the time. You know, you're not wrong. And I'm not fishing for anything every time I say it, which, you know, also comes off as somebody who says I'm not racist, but I have a hard time viewing the things I do as art, because a lot of what I do here on stream is at least on my artistic streams, is model building or a lot of copy paste type stuff where I'm I think literally last art stream I just broke out Vroid and did a whole lot of copies of positions so that I could have a PNG backup of myself for when I'm having a migraine, which I kind of have now, but I have alcohol to fix that. Or when I need to use my camera for something, like if I'm doing a live hand stream, like building a model, I can have something up. Things like that. That's still art. I don't see it as that because I don't think it's not. I don't think highly of it, because I'm just copying. I'm positioning a model around, and I'm screen grabbing, and I'm removing the dead areas, resizing the canvas, doing that repeatedly over and over. Alter Darling, welcome in, welcome, welcome. New Darling counter. How are things over there in Sheepland, Alter? Or I suppose it's Robot Land with you, but I know the sheep is nearby. Thank you. Took some advice from chat. It's always good to get chat's information, especially when we have somebody like Fox here to help balance out the wonderfulness of Raffi. Let me reset myself, speaking of balance. But Alter JV here and their partner Drowsy Doppel are one of the inspirations I also talk about. They are wonderful folk. In fact, Doppel is the one that I'm usually watching when you're normally doing some streams, but I will be lurking next time. I promise I will come visit you because I want to know more about my darling fox. I am way too happy about that thing. Way too pleased with it. You know, panic, fine, etc. Panic, fine. Panic, fine. Anxiety, fine. Yeah. So I forgot to mention it Monday when I said I would. But my story of buying a goddamn house. We had lived in the same place for 28 years. Literally, like, moved in 92. I've lived there longer than several people. Hello, Doppel, darling. Welcome in. I said darling. But we moved in like 92. I've lived there. That was my childhood home. I never really moved out. Neither did my brother, because when I was looking at moving out, my father's health kind of did not good. And there's some other factors I don't really want to, like, drama dump necessarily, especially since I know my brother sometimes watches. But, like, it was hard to move out. My father's health started getting into a more of a decline, so I just didn't move out. It was the house I grew up in, the house I was raised in. And I rented from the same person that was like family. Always, and this is the thing, if somebody who has authority over you, I moved hands for my pen. If somebody who has authority over you in any way at all says, we're like a family, just kick them in the nuts and walk away. Like, I don't care the circumstances. Just right in the balls, walk off. You're doing yourself a favor by burning that bridge violently. He is the person who gave me my first bow. My first, like, decent bow. I had a like, fiberglass bow, but, like, one of those kids' ones. But this is, like, a hunting bow. It was his hunting bow from when he was my age at the time, as a teenager. And arrows and a quiver, and I still have it. It's a good bow. Like, it's part of how I got into archery, which is an obsession of mine when the weather's not shit here in the Pacific Northwest, which, spoiler alert, darlings, enjoy rain. So he was like family. But we had a really bad snowstorm. Well, really bad for the Northwest. And it collapsed the the aluminum roof to our carport and back deck. And it just required putting back up, basically. But he didn't want to be arsed by that. So instead he took the insurance payout and sold the place as a tax dodge to the guy who came out and assessed the damage for his insurance. He basically traded it for another property to that guy so he could then, rip it apart, flip it. And because of the way he did that, he didn't have to declare his income from running that rental property on his taxes that year. And he came out ahead because the assessed value of the place was worse than the place that he got from the other guy. Also, that place is a shithole anyway. So we find out about this when he calls us to tell us that he graciously was able to get us 60 days notice to find some place to move out. Now, we had lived there 28 years. Even if you're not a high-functioning hoarder like everybody in my family is, 28 years worth of stuff sucks to try and piece through and move. Pack up, like 28 years of memories, 20 layers, archaeology of your entire fucking life to box up, put away, and move from the place that you've always called home. You functionally always called home. And then my whole family's high functioning hoarders. Like, we had a bunch of stuff. We're crafters, we're restorers, like, we build shit, like, we use it, but, like, we also have 6 totes about the size of a moderate-sized teenager's coffin filled with Nerf guns, because my brother and I collected them for no reason that we need to get rid of. And that's after getting rid of, like, couple dozen to a friend of mine who armed every kid in his extended Midwest-sized family, except they're out here in... Nerf modding is fun. Oh my god. I have one of those Fortnite AR Nerf guns. I'm making it into a bolt gun, an Imperial, an Inquisitor's bolt gun. So it's gonna be all gold and overly detailed. But at this point, you can 3D print a better blaster than Nerf makes anyway. Yes, you can. You can. I have those patterns. But that was how we were told. He negotiated to get that it was one of those things he couldn't walk away from. Like, he didn't have much of a choice. He fucking could have, and yes, he did. But he negotiated 60 days for us to find somewhere else, which is a lot better than we would have gotten if he hadn't have done something. So thank you. After 28 years of paying rent and dealing with this house that had literal flying carpenter ant season, all of that loyalty, that family, is worth 30 more days than the legal minimum notification you're supposed to give us. But it's also 30 days from intent to sale, which, yeah. We could have gone after him. Wasn't fucking worth it. Wasn't fucking worth it. So, my brother and I, we realized we got 2 options. It's either move out, go our separate ways, which I kind of wanted to do, but couldn't do that to my father. Also could not leave my father and brother alone together. They would murder each other. So we knew we had to find somewhere. We were done renting. We were done putting trust in people who had authority over us. Fuck that. We'd rather trust a soulless bank than a person who would look at us and go, "We're like a family. I gave you a turkey every year during the holidays because we're like family. By the way, pack up your entire life that you can remember. You got 2 months, bitch. Get moving." So we contacted a friend of ours who had just picked up a place. He is one of those guys who has a guy. Like, he is the networking person. Literally, we helped him, well, we didn't help him move in, but we were helping him renovate before he moved into his house. And he was, while we were doing work, he was talking with his neighbors to talk to the neighbors to find out everything about the neighbors. So he knew who to avoid, who to contact, if something happened in the neighborhood, who would be ready to throw down. Like, his exact words at the place where we used to work was, "My spies have spies." We bought 3 years ago? 2019, I think. June, July 2019. Yeah, 2019. And so he had a guy, he had a realtor who I'm trying to remember his name. Gave him a glowing review, basically saved my life type of a review. Great guy though. Blood does not make you family. You are right. Family is the community you are given, not the community you make, not the community you've earned or deserve. That's why I'm 2,000 miles away from most of my family, and I put up with the rest of them. Because they're the best of blood, and they're good enough. I love my brother, I love my father, I love my mother. Mother lives elsewhere, divorce. But, like, we get notified at the beginning of June. We have until the end of June to move. We contact our friend. He gives us his realtor, his guy. And this guy is one of those guys who has guys. Like, we need anything. He's got somebody who can come by with 3 friends for a 6-pack to do something. That's not who's installing our new shower. At fucking all. But we meet him on the weekend because we're wanting to move fast. And he's like, yeah, I can open my office on Saturday. I just, and he's like this guy who apologizes for being in jeans and a like clean t-shirt because it's the weekend and he doesn't normally work the weekend, but he knows the guy who referred you is all right, so he's gonna put the extra effort in. Like one of those really stand-up motherfuckers. And we figure out our price range, we're just doing our introductory sort of like, what do you expect from a realtor? What do you know about the industry? Here's some full disclosure stuff. Here's some disclosure stuff they don't normally have us disclose, but I'm saying it because I'm that kind of guy. Like, he would never say he's family. He would say he wants to be the best realtor you know, though. And he is. And, we were looking at some of the properties that were on sale at the time in our area, in Tacoma. And literally the first fucking place is this big, weird, barn-shaped fucking place with a bright orange door. And I'm doxing myself on that, I know. But he's like, this place has the square footage, number of bedrooms, 1 more bath than you had previously, which is probably something you're more comfortable with. There's some other options, and like passes on, and I'm like, wait. Like goes to the next one, like, I don't know, man. Let's look at that one a little closer. Legitimately everything we needed. Garage, basement, 2 floors, so I could secretly take 1 floor for myself. Which actually got suggested before I even said anything, so that's perfect. But like, the perfect fucking place. Bought the first place I looked at? Yes. Because of all the places we looked at, it was the one we could afford. But also, like it was, he contacted the realtor, she was doing an open house, realtor representing them, the seller, they were doing an open house, and he's like, before we walk out the door, he's like, okay, first and foremost, I understand you're desperate, I understand that you're in need, I understand you're a little excited because this place looks like a lot of what you want. Don't show that. Like, if you can look deadpan and disinterested, they at least know that the realtor has told you not to look interested, which is better than looking interested. Just keep cool, guys. And we drove over here, and we did the full tour, looked at it, and I'm spotting things and, commenting on stuff, and my brother's keeping his mouth shut, which was the best he could do, because his eyes were fucking glowing. He loved the place. But it was a perfect buy for us. Like, it went for like $260-ish pre-COVID, yeah, by 9 months. Went for like $260-ish. It's now worth like $460, I think, or $430. So it's worth a good bit now. And it's almost a century old. I'm seriously doxing myself at this point, but whatever. Y'all know I'm in Tacoma. Y'all know I work in auto insurance. Y'all know I'm hella queer. That narrows it down pretty well. So, somebody wants to get creepy and, like, come to my door and be all like, I know you're a cartoon on the internet. I'm a fucking gun owner, too. Have fun with that shit. Roll for initiative, bitch. This is not a neighborhood you roll up on without having a plan. Like, this is 100% not one of those neighborhoods. But, like, it was all made expressly easy because, at least bring candy, you creep. 100%. I know you're a cartoon gun owner. Not wrong. Not wrong on that either. Not gonna lie. But, like, it was the most harrowing and stressful situation we could think of. And our realtor made it perfectly easy. We got that place sorted out. We looked at some other options that were in our price range, roughly. But like one of them we didn't even go to because the billing on it was like, this house started out as a one-room cottage, but through belief in itself came to grow to host a whole family of 12. And I'm like, lots of unregulated add-ons. Gotcha. Oh, look, it looks like it. Fantastic. But we grabbed this place, and it was the perfect time to buy. It was the perfect time to get a place in this neighborhood. It was the perfect... I mean, I hate the fact that we're benefiting from gentrification, but... 'cause fuck gentrification. Fuck cutting the soul out of a neighborhood so that white people can feel comfortable. But it's the only way we're going to buy a house. And we weren't going to rent again. If this wasn't an option, I would have legitimately said maybe we should split up. And I would be living in an apartment probably near the Tacoma Mall. And I don't know where the other two would be. I mean, there are some decent apartments near the Tacoma Mall. And then some really shitty ones. But yeah, that was it. And it was... The most stressful part was... I mean, he had a finance guy. We talked to the finance guy. That went smoothly. Massaged some numbers, but all legally, just like, as the person representing the bank, he can ignore certain things. He explained it. It was great. And it was really solid stuff. And that went well. It was the tension of waiting for the bank's response to him saying, hey, we can ignore this one thing, right? We can do that. Otherwise, they're fine. Look at this. They're like Cyberpunk, you know. Maybe he's no saint, but he's a good kid. He's trying to do his best. And that part, the waiting for the bank, waiting for underwriting, waiting to hear back on the, like, putting your intent to purchase down and having that motherfucker negotiate through their realtor, who wasn't as cool as ours, but was also desperate to get rid of the place because they decided they were going to be house flippers and landlords and had no competence at it. Like, that whole process was tough until we signed the 5 million pages. And I at the escrow place, you're probably in escrow, I imagine, for the financing. When they have you sign everything for the bank, I cannot stress this. You're gonna go. I think your guys are going through a courier. Make sure your signature is consistent. They will bounce shit back if your signature is off by the end of it because you're tired of signing every single fucking page. Yeah, remote sign through courier. That's just like I said. Make sure your signature is consistent. It doesn't have to be accurate. So long as it is from page 1 to page 5 million, the same. And there'll be... That is a test. That is a test. Remote signing is way more common. Yeah, it is. Pre-COVID, my brother and I skipped work, or skipped the first half of work to go there and drink their free coffee and steal some pens. And then spend literally an hour and 20 minutes just signing shit. Loan stuff does work. Yeah. Everything else, now, you know, my realtor, my banker, they both did everything they could digitally, and e-signing is very good. E-signing is great for my industry too, as somebody in insurance. But the financing itself, the actual contract that says, we, the bank, will buy this house for you. You will pay at least this much a month to keep that house. That shit has to be that has to be a wet sig. That has to be a physical signature. And that shit is like 1 million pages. You're signing on at least every other page, sometimes 4 times on a page. Make sure you sign every time consistently. And know that once that final signature is done, once you have that last signature on that last page, and you got that shit bagged up and handed back to the courier, you can breathe. The worst they'll do is bounce it back because one signature is off, and then you go back through and you fucking sign everything again, and it causes a delay, but most likely you'll be fine. Like, that is the point in which you can if you haven't relaxed yet, if you haven't unclinched yet, which, stress release. That is the point in which you know you are done. You are done. It's just a matter of getting the key. It's a matter of the bank saying, yes, this is done. Money shuffles accounts. Hands in. Complete. Yes, Alter, darling? Darling? 14-hour drive with 2 cats. Believe me, that part is going to be a joy by comparison. Moving out with 28 years of fuckery and bullshit. Now, I went through my stuff. I was getting extra fucking prepared. I tossed half my shit. I either gave it away, sold it at half-price books, including my record collection, which I'm rebuilding now, or threw it out. Half my stuff. Just literally said, I'm keeping this. I have to toss something. I don't want this. Keeping this. Tossing. Well, I mean, yeah, you did already do that process, admittedly, due to reenacting Waterworld. But the drive, I mean, you've already experienced it, Alter. You just got to keep the sheep entertained for 14 hours. Y'all have a Nintendo Switch yet? Get that bitch a Nintendo Switch, darling. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay. She's going to read you her fanfiction. Oh. First of all, I know, Doppel, you do fanfiction. The fact that you don't share with me is a little hurtful, but I understand. It's okay. The fact that you share it with Alter against his will is good enough. That's as bad as reading the 14-page backstory on a character. Oh my god, if only it was 14 pages. 14 pages is a breeze. One of the more recent games I ran, one of the players worked nights at a local paper mill. He's a boiler technician, so what he does is he sits there in an office next to the boiler, looks over. It's not exploded yet. Okay. Half hour later, looks over. Still hasn't exploded. Fanfic is an RP game that Alter put together, so okay, I mean, yeah. If we're not talking like, Naruto Omegaverse /fic, something that you can freely share, that everybody would understand and accept, gender-bent Hermione x Dumbledore, impreg, inflation, then Omegaverse. Might as well throw that one in for the fun of it. Respectable stuff, reasonable stuff, everybody's seen, everybody knows, the basic things. Then, I get it. I'm sorry, Alter, am I crossing a line? Or am I just giving Doppel ideas? I didn't see any messages pop up saying, "You son of a bitch," so I figured it was probably fine. I'm also checking just to make sure but I am of course joking 100%. I know a lot of fanfic writers don't want to share their shit. I know a lot of fanfic writers. I've been on the internet too long. I can't go back to real life. If you die in Canada, you die in real life. But either way, enjoy coming to the Pacific Northwest. Understand the hardest thing you'll have to do after signing is going to be a 14-hour drive the fuck away from that place with terrible air and swamp apartments into a place with an unusual amount of weed shops next to gun ranges, next to sushi restaurants. I don't know what the usual number is, but it's probably below what we have in my area. Fuck was I doing? Making a flu icon for the redeems. Just trying to round things out, make it... I think if it's too rounded, it's more bubbled. Looks more like some scrubbing bubble shit, but don't... Yes, that's how dying works. You're right. But that was also an old internet reference, so I figured you would get it. But yeah, that's my story. Moving was a bitch because it took pretty much the weekend plus Monday. Some of our supervisors actually pitched in because well, my brother and I are adorable. People love us. Well, they love me. They think he's okay. And all of our friends came by. My best friend broke herself because, I mean, she's kind of noodly. Lots of shit moved. There's still a lot of shit in boxes, to be honest. My stuff is all out and done, but that's because I had a lot less stuff. And I wanted to get access to it, but, like, there's a lot to do around this place. The downside of owning your own place is that, like, everything works on your time. Sink breaks. Guess what? You're buying a new sink. Wiring catches fire. Guess what? You're buying a new wiring. Well, actually, you're probably calling the insurance and totaling the house, but either way. I think maybe the eyes should be offset from center. Feel you lucked out. I know that feeling myself. I take it you found a decent place, though. New roof, new electrical, redone kitchen and bathroom. Nice. Nice. Yeah, we had a recently redone kitchen. Upstairs bathroom was just put in. Downstairs bathroom is 96 years old, which is why we're getting a new shower in there to replace the Lions Club bathtub, because nobody can use it except me. And I'm not going downstairs to use a fucking bathtub. And the roof needed replacing, so we're paying a roof for the next 9 years and a shower for the next 10 years. You know, in two places, keep setting aside constantly for those repairs. We do 10% of the mortgage. Good plan, honestly. Yeah. Like... Our mortgage is... I think it's $1,500 a month now? Started out at about $2, but we refinanced a year ago. And then the house value exploded, so we could refinance again and probably drop that down to $12 easily. But we still pay $2 in, because we want to pay that off faster. Or get to better equity faster. But we should probably keep about $200 a month aside for that shit. I mean, we don't. Because I've got VTubers to simp to and vinyl to buy. My brother, as much as I talk about the giant stack of fucking models I have, my brother, good God. Thing is, he doesn't have a backlog. He just builds them when they come in, and he's just got a shitload of them. Yeah. Offset eyes. Like diagonal eyes. Maybe a little... dot in each center, round it out a little bit. This is still the blue rough, which I know enough about art from knowing artists. You rough in a lighter blue, then you do a layer over that in ink, or line and then ink, and then color. I'm not going that fucking complicated. This is an icon for the redeems, so it's gonna sit right there in the corner of your chat. Largely ignored, but just want something that looks floofy. Do you guys think that looks floofy? I mean, we have a resident floof master and artist here, so... And yes, as a sheep, you are a resident floof expert. Sheeps are naturally floofy. Very floof. Okay. I was trying to avoid it looking like scrubbing bubbles or like the soot spirits from, well, any Miyazaki. Fucking floof. Alright, cool. I'm already at 1 pixel on size, so let's change colors. Well, let's add a layer. Layers! Always the good plan. Always the best part about using something that isn't MS Paint. Layers. What makes art great? Layers. What makes cake great? Layers. What fucks over your party? Layers. Layers. Wonder how this looks. It looks like I'm still using blue. That's how that looks. Black. Okay, so that puts what do ogres have? Layers. As opposed to... No, I think for something this simple I am going to stick to the basic pen. Oh, that one's ugly. Not quite. I think I need a little bit more curve. A friend of mine asked me how I could say that I have shit taste when I know so many good artists and people with amazing taste in music, art, gaming, what have you. And I had to remind them that I've spent the last 2 days listening to the Jesus Christ Superstar soundtrack on repeat. By repeat, I mean on vinyl, so I just flip over the discs over and over again. Not saying shit taste is bad. I'm just saying it is a way to go. You can't judge everybody for their shit taste. I mean, just because somebody has shit taste does not mean that they're a terrible person. I know many good people who collect Funko Pops. And that is the worst taste. That is the shittiest. I've already said I have exactly 1 Funko Pop, and that is a My Little Pony one because it was given to me by a friend of mine in remembrance of the time that I translated for her daughter when we went to go see the movie in the theatrical release and explain what the fuck was even happening. All your Funkos are gifts. Uncle Iroh sits on your shelf. Sorry, I never seen Avatar. Avatar are blue cat people who fuck with their ponytails to me. I understand that's wrong. Again, shit taste. But I do know it's Uncle Iroh. Uncle Iroh sits on your shelf. And yes, god damn it, I will watch Avatar. It's on my list. Don't look at me with that tone of voice. Which pony? Tempest Shadow from the movie. The main villain, the unicorn with the broken horn. Voiced by Emily Blunt, who also does the singing in it. And oh my god! Open Up Your Eyes is so good. Open up your eyes. See the world from where I stand. Me among the mighty, you caged at my command. Open up your eyes, see the world's faded light. It's time to grow up and get wise. Come now, little one, open up your eyes. Also never said I could sing, but I'd do it anyway. I feel like I should just gift Fox a sub at this point. Poor guy. Wait. Why is it telling me I'm paying? You know what? Fine.
Darling!
Fluffy underscore Yao Guy has gifted a sub to Fox underscore Lunarius.
I'm paying myself $2.50. Why did it do it that way? Can't you just gift sub people? Can't you give subs to your own channel? Why am I silver in gift subs on my own stream? Fuck it, whatever. I simp for myself, and I am fine with that. In fact, let me see here. Back up here far enough. I'm sure it's there. Nope, actually, chat is moved past too far. Well. So anyway, as I was saying, that is why Fox Lunarius is the cause of all the world's problems. Oh, you're back. Thank you, Raffi. Thank you for continuing to exist. Misspelled spell self-love became same result. Drowsy, that is me every stream. Good thing Raffi's pretty. I could have like 1,000 people in here. I could be like rated by Snuffy or something, and he would just still be all like, "Oh, I wasn't paying attention." Penis? Raffi, I love you. Because somebody has to. There's something... Oh yeah, where did I leave off for you, Fox, darling? I'm never gonna not be happy with having that counter, and I'm never gonna not be happy with having that updated. Like, that looks great. Of course you're not offended. I speak the truth. You know I'd never lie. I've never lied to any of you. I never lied to Ultra, specifically. When playing Titanfall 2. You haven't seen Avatar? Oh god. That is a way to break into break a converse. Come on, you had your fun too. You enjoyed the hell out of it. And it did what it was supposed to. It got you into the game, got you deeply wrapped, and left you emotionally broken so that you must play multiplayer to vent some of that emotional frustration of Best Robot dying twice. But yeah, Avatar to me is tall blue cat people who fuck with their ponytails, because I have not actually seen. And multiplayer is broken. Have you checked it recently? Last I heard, it's back up and running. It's still a whole bunch of swities and tryhards, but I mean, I know some people are getting back into it, so. It was very fun, not long enough, and yeah. But no, I need to watch Avatar, the good TV show, and Legend of Best Girl. But the purpose of that statement was that even I know it's Uncle Iroh, not Uncle Iroh. Limbo won't end for at least another 2 weeks if lucky. Yeah. Alter, I can't wait until you're back and can stream. But I understand perfectly. Take your time. Doppel, if you need to step away more, take your time. You're going to need to when you fucking move, that's for certain. We love you. Your community loves you. I speak for only myself, but in that I speak for the most important member of your communities. We love you. We understand. It's okay. And we're gonna Moonbase Alpha the whole ever-loving shit out of you when you guys do come back. Understand that now. Hell, I Moonbased Dread actually on her last stream. Because it was there. And I got to interrupt the emotional moment where she's told that Snake is dead. As Doppel's biggest fan, and you're doing everything you can to still make it possible to stream. That is... You're such a lad. You're
I'm
a mensch.
gonna eat a pizza. Hi, can I order a pizza?
No,
Why?
'cause you are done mad.
That's about the best the hand tracking is going to give me. Heart. Either way, understand you're both loved and appreciated. You're wonderful streamers. You're inspirations for us, for those of us who are beneath you in status. Even Alter. Take your time. We love you. And go get some pizza. So aside from doing that, so I'm left with the squiggle derp. I don't know what to do. Bucket fill. That's not it. That's the exact opposite of useful. Thank you. I said, give me purple. Give me some very beautiful purple. That looks mildly coked out. Raffi, are you darling? You're so darling. Darling doesn't even count for you. Darling isn't strong enough. You are Darjeeling. You're like a tea because I would drink you up, darling. That work for you? Oh, yeah. A layer for color. Put a layer below that one, then draw the color rather than using the fill tool. Bit too much for a live stream, don't you think? I'm sorry, have we never met before? I'm pretty sure we have. Looks like you drew on white, so you might have to set liner at layer, multiply it, so to get rid of... Oh, the white is, bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. Just the background layer. So that's fine. I know as much to be able to say that can fuck off. Might be too personal. I don't see as how that was anything but say so. Love how I pronounce white. Trying so hard not to say a joke. So fucking hard not to say something that's wildly inappropriate. I'm thinking... I can go a little lighter near the bottom. Bloop. Oh, thank you. Yes, the eyes are largely Vroid stock, but I put a lot of thought into how they function. And they do change with emotion. Don't make a racist, Fluff. Wouldn't have been racist. Technically. Which is the best kind of correct. And I can go a little... I think a little darker. For a little bit of... I think most of the background of this I can fill in with the dark. Racist against white people, yes, you know. That's the best part about being racist against white people. According to other white people, it's not racist. I miss Tumblr. And I think... grab some really... not quite. Not quite. Expert ginger cutes. Tumblr was a special kind of hell indeed. Little bit of eye shine in there, but this is where working on a 1 pixel level is difficult because I kind of want to... Slider. Slider, no sliding. Slider, yes sliding, actually. It was layer like 0.5. Yeah, Tumblr has been replaced. All the ideological purist social justice kids went to Twitter, which is why it's now a wasteland. Now the porn went to the hub, so... Nope, 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 nope. I think I need to actually go with something as white as possible. Dee Dee, darling! Hello. I said darling. I updated it. How are you, dear heart? Hello, Dee Dee. How are you doing? Why are you still awake? Second job. Starting with T, but that'd get you in trouble. I'm so sorry, darling. Tragically, that is sometimes a requirement. I am glad to see you, though, love. I am glad I stayed up long enough to see the dear love cult leader herself. By the way, Dee Dee's another one y'all should... Wow, my wrist. It's amazing how often I can just snap it in half like that, and it just pops back in just fine. Double jointed, you know. Actually, it's just sort of ball jointed, like a doll. I'm actually secretly from Rosen Maiden. Desu. So think... It's... Stop trying to zoom in OBS. It's not your screen. Once it's about yeah. Popping in for a bit, then you gotta go throw out the garbage. Ah, yes. Leap motion controlling is very nice when it works. When it doesn't, that right there. But I like being able to have hands that usually show up. I can't do what Comfy does, where he just like goes, okay, and like gets that really rapid like actual clap going that then actually shows. Mine does not track that fast. I don't get it. Yes, Raffi. This is the one who is the oldest person on her server other than me at 21. Shout out Dee Dee! Raffi! Everybody should go see Dee Dee. She is a sweetheart. That looks like a couple models. That was a quick cut. But that was a model or two ago. Very cute still. It's a rather short clip. Come on, hand. Come on, hand. Where are you? Hand? Can you do this? Hail hydration. Raffi didn't count.
Psych.
Psych.
Was being extraordinary.
King Slayer.
Good God.
Kill.
That is what I miss about being young. Holy crap, having the reflexes to FPS like a pro. Yeah, Dee Dee is a really great streamer. Good FPS gamer. Also does a lot of Minecraft on Comfy's server. Because everybody does at this point. I really need to get Java Edition so I could join the server and start Minecrafting too. Before the entire world is claimed. Even your old model was absolutely cute though. But now her new model is really cute too. It's really nice. I got a sneak peek at her setup. It looks great. It looks amazing. It's that game you come back to every winter, it seems. For me, my winter depression gaming is almost always Skyrim because of the snow. But this winter, it had changed because of streaming. Yeah, Dee Dee's a good modeler, actually. I don't know why I said actually like that, like it was some sort of surprise or something. Should I add something to this? This is where my lack of experience or talent or discernible capabilities comes into play. I think I should close this gap, maybe. With a nice roundy boy. Here's various... Is that because she's... I'm sorry, what, Raffi? Little blush lines. Ooh. Fuck, how do I make that? To my reference page. Anime blush lines. Ah. And yeah, Dee Raffi, you're a little bit off. She's actually closer to you than I am. Way to be racist. Way to be that guy, Raph. I expected more from my mods. Well, actually, I kind of expected about like that from Raffi, I'm not gonna lie. But, yeah, Raffi is Brazilian. And he is of European descent Brazilian. Well, I mean, a lot of Brazilian is. A lot less native Brazilian than one would expect. He is very pale. Oh. I mean, I could see that. You are a Latina queen. Bottom. Damn it! Why size change? Why shape? What are brushes? Old man Fluffy doesn't know how things work. Why are you not erasing? Raffi, that's not how you spell Latino annoying. It's not erasing because it's the wrong layer. I'm fucking brilliant. Y'all know I haven't done this before. Let's get rid of that to avoid the look of scrubbing bubbliness. But no, Dee Dee is precious. She is great. She is more say-so than I am. But, I mean... I'm pretty sure I have Dolomite LPs that are more say-so than I am. So that's not a really hard mark to make. But she is a great artist, a great modeler, a great... I don't know if... Deeds, do you do art streams? She's fun. Check her out. And her Twitter's good because she sometimes posts pictures of herself and she's a real cutie. Oh yes, I did the dumb. We're focusing on my stupidity now. Gotcha. You guys usually don't count Asian people as white. No, they're Asian. If we count people as white, then we as Americans can't be racist against them. That's how it works. Asian is not a color. You're correct. And the people who think that white is a race are stupid for the exact same reason. Looking at... So a little bit of a... Like a line hashing up. That almost looks like a mustache. That is a mustache. That thing has a mustache now. In America, Mexicans are considered Caucasian, though if you like to fill out your paperwork, they don't have Mexican as a race thing. I tend to more curse. Oh. Tend to be more of a curse than a race. I'm assuming that Fox is a fellow whites. You're right, though, Dee Dee. When filling out American censuses and such, Latino folk, especially Mexican, can generally call either white, non-Caucasian, or Latino, depending on how they put it on the chart. It could be either Latino slash Latina, Latinx, which is stupid. Latinx is racist. I should know I'm white. But I mean, either way, I don't give a damn. I love all of you. Especially Dee Dee, because she's a sweetie. Think if it's short, long, short, long, short. Looks a little better. I mean, if it's what you prefer, or if it's something you don't mind, that's perfectly fine. Ultimately, the thing white-ass motherfuckers, especially in America, get tripped up on is the concept that individuals are different. There's no one set rule. I do agree with Doppel, though. Become and sheeps. Maybe some fewer lines, but larger. Spanish is a very male-dominant language. Latino means male Latin person, whereas Latina. So Latinx just combines it, so it's more gender. Does sound a bit odd. From my limited understanding of Spanish, because I did start studying it, then got hit by a depressive wave and stopped. It really kind of sounded odd from my comprehension of it, but I also am not at all a native speaker. I know Esperanto better, which is an unfortunate statement about where my priorities were. Made up languages, so you can add things whenever you know. True. Only race I hate involves bicycles and water. Biking, swimming, running, pick a lane. A shark can beat me in a swimming race, but I'm pretty sure I could beat a shark on land in a foot race. So it really comes down to the bicycle race on which one of us is the better athlete. Let's see here, something fairly vibrant, so let's get on into the red end of things. Then go back to color layer, airbrush. Airbrush is set to 600 pixels. I'm working on a level of like 1, so 5. I don't know. I am almost certain my competence on this is failing. If you don't know fluff in plural, if it's all females, we use the female plural. If there's at least one male, use the male plural. So 991. That was actually kind of where I stopped because I was getting really confused by mixed group. Pluralization. Like, that was where I was doing this to my phone while trying to learn. But I am also a dumbass American, so I think 3 lines, but I don't think those work. So let's annihilate those. This is also why I'm not doing my own goddamn emotes right now, because when y'all saw me spend like 2 hours or more on the darling counter, and I can still see the unevenness. I can see it. No one else is gonna notice it. I will. Blarg. I'm sorry, I didn't see that message in time, Alter. I cannot help you. Love you too, Dee darling. Everybody follow Dee. Go watch her, she's great. Have a good rest of your shift. Consume rest when you can. I know that's hard for you. You've got 2 jobs and twins, for God's sake. But you have yourself a lovely night as best you can, darling. Just wrong color. Or maybe not. You know what? Pitch it darker. Literally Monday when I did that, I got a message from Avalon. And I didn't see it until afterwards. Because my statement was, well, I'm not seeing any messages saying, what the fuck, bro? Or anything like that. He sent me a message saying, what the fuck, bro? I didn't see it until after stream. So afterwards, like, I'm unwinding, I'm in bed, I'm already, naked, it's fine. Or however I sleep. It's all an illusion. I'm a cartoon. And I see the message going, what the fuck, bro? I was terrified. I thought I had gone too far, because that's entirely possible for me on my streams. As is covered by, like, the last 20 minutes of conversation. No, he was just, well, you said nobody had said WTF, bro, so I decided to send WTF, bro, so that somebody did. So now I get that. I just don't have the pleasure of actually knowing Avalon sexually because he's married and has standards and is straight. You at least have the advantage of being able to use the alternate settings on your robot, darling. Vibrating massage. Yeah, I'm bad at checking my DMs during stream because I'm usually focusing on stream. And to answer your question, Rafi, you're gonna have to come here and find out. All I'm saying is everyone has a butt. Very true. This is a truth of the universe I am well aware of. Nestopoulos found out from playing Soma, even walls can have butts. Thank you for clarifying that, Raffy. Thank you for clarifying that, Raffy. I appreciate the clarity on that. Yes, delete the lines by drawing on the wrong layer. I love having layers. I just need to remember I have layers because I'm literally used to using MS Paint. Crap. The thing, the thing, I'm learning. Would make a fascinating icebreaker. Doctors had to surgically add a butthole when I was born. Oh my god, if they ever make you do 2 truths and a lie as an icebreaker at like a new company or something, that'd be great. Truth, I actually went to college at Harvard. I studied financial planning, and I was born without a butthole, so the doctors had to add one. Still the wrong color. I'm learning, folks. Not learning enough to not try to scroll on my damned OBS when I'm in Frida. Love doing those. You can keep a straight face. I had a feeling Ultra was a troll because we get along well. I tend to get along with fellow trolls. I'm a Yao Guai. Either that or they want to murder me. It's really one or the other. There's no middle ground. Something even more common, people need to have all the blood removed and getting a transfusion. Remove all the blood from the baby. It's fine. I mean, that's not a lot of blood, to be fair. That does seem reasonable. Or Doppel has to put up with you saying very untrue things very matter-of-factly. I think that's why I have a cat. Anybody I would be able to draw in, anybody I'd be able to draw in and have interest in, would have to at least be as good as I am with a gun. So I'd probably be dead. Not gonna lie. I think that's damned cute. Nothing else I can alter it later. I think that'll work for now because it's gonna have a background color to it on each redeem. let's go ahead and lose complete and total track of my mouse button on this fucking program. Or pointer. When mom's blood is incompatible with babies, they get an antigen to their own blood. It's like getting the wrong blood type transfusion. Yeah, that would suck. Oh yeah. Thank you for playing a sound alert, darling.
Darling!
Fluffy
Now I can
underscore
deny somebody
Yao Guy
playing
has
my own
gifted a
game
sub
at
to
me.
sound alerts.
I can prevent somebody else from doing that to me. It is my joke! It's not good, which is why it's mine, but it is mine. Let's see here. FLOO. Oh my god, caps. FLOOF. Base. Floof base is actually way more stable than Coinbase. And then is there no... Oh. So the one place in Twitch's interface where it won't auto-scale the goddamn icons. Okay. Pointer. Give me a pointer so I can see where that shit goes. I see your redeem. Attempt an Ara. Tragically, this is attempt, so... Ara ara. Ara ara. There, darling, I fucking tried. So now I've got to image, scale to 56 by 56. If that worked for you, then fantastic, but I have no confidence in my Ara ability because I'm not good at things. Floof base monitor out of the way. Med. And then scale to its 28 by 28. Save as small. You were gonna make a dirty joke, but you contained yourself. Why would I praise you for that? That is a failing in this house. Mediocre. I'm gonna have to add color to that because it does not pick up well on the dark theme. But it updated. Never use absolute white or absolute black. Always use absolute vodka. Because it's cheap. And to use off-whites or dark grays. Yeah. On the dark theme, a dark gray would just blend further. What I need to do is background the floof, fill in the floof. Oh my god, at 28 pixels, that looks like shit. Feels better to the eye. Something. You have 122 floofs. Worth the other sacrifice. It's because you have no concept of saving, sir. What am I doing? Just open the big one. Open the big one, get the color right, scale down. This is not rocket surgery. But you can't blame it on being drunk. You are very painfully sober. Oh. It's one solid PNG now, that's right. Could refund yourself, but that'd be cheating. True. Trying to save for the channel deletion, but you're also a dumbass. Yeah. You're not doing great at that, are you, darling? It's a good thing you're cute. Probably. Clearly what I should do is go back and watch Doppel's... Oh, wait. I was gonna say watch Doppel's VODs of her making emotes, but she doesn't save her VODs, so they're probably gone. Just as an excellent source of tutorialosity, but... Nay, it is not meant to be. No judgment there, darling. It's all love. I can always find somebody else on YouTube to learn from. No, fuck? What am I doing? Image. Scale to 56 by 56. Then save. Then image. Scale to 28 by 28. That looks like shit at that size. And save as small. Now we drag Loof base alpha. Looks a little better. It's very fluffy. It's very obvious to see. Does update fast. I think I would have been better off working on the 28 by 28 instead of the 112 by 112, and then sizing up instead of down. But I'll call that one good for now, and then how do I change your fucking icon? Or are you just always going to be bubbles? I have no idea how to change the icon for the individual rewards. Fuck it. I think I'll probably... no. Might redo this working on a 28 by 28 canvas and scaling up. Yeah, for the channel point redeems, because it's showing up as floofs, but the image for first, second, third, hello, I am new, I am my darling are all bubbles. I'd rather they be floofs instead of bubbles. If one's like highlight message or unlock or our specific icon, that's fine. But not sure if I want the bubbles, but that's minor. And then I have to edit each redeem. I'm in the thingamawhat's and I'm in edit. Oh, Christ, I see where it is. Why do I have to do this with everyone and I can't just scale that?
Right. Extra noses pounces on you, ooh, you're so warm. Couldn't help but notice your bolts from across the floor. Noses your Nicky Wacky till day Matilda, hee hee. Unzips your baggiest pants, oh baby, you so musky. Take me home, pet me, and make me yours, and don't forget to stuff me. See me wag my widow baby tail off for your bulgy wulgy. Kisses and lickies your neck. I hope daddy likey suzzles and wuzzles your chest. I be getting thirsty. Hey, I got a little itch. You think you can help me? Only 7 inches long. Ooh, please
Is that
adopt me.
Daphne?
Paws on your butt as I lick my lips. Ooh, punish me, please. Gotta hit him with this furry shit. He don't see it coming.
Thank you, Rafi, darling. No, I'm looking at it on the third option. And it clashes with the background color of the third. Which I need to, like, go through and redo the colors, try to classify them, but... I think what I need to do is remove the background color and have just a transparency option. So I can go through on those and do a background, or do a transparency so that it's whatever the color is. That'll look fine. But for the points button on chat itself, I think all I really need to do is like edit around the edge. I have not heard Beanos. I need to look that up. That's the one I know and love.
You got debated. You got debated. You got debated. 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 Debated.
I went with the long one on that, which is why it's 4,000 fucking points. Ah. Thank you, Doppel darling. Fuck was I even saying? There were words coming out of my word hole, past my smile bones, with intent. Need to hoard the 5k for the unexplored shit. Yes, because I know what well, I mean, it'd be weird if I didn't know what it was, but I know what it is. And they're all in a theme, which will very quickly become either something that people will want to get, or something that will never be touched after the first one is explored. But with those ones, I thought it would be cool because once it's redeemed the first time, I'll go back and put the name of the person who redeemed it in there as the explorer, changing the name of the thingamawhat. But I've got until Monday to clean up the floof a bit. I'm thinking take down for the icon in chat, take down the edges so it just appears like a floof. Maybe go back through, take this icon as a base, and then redo it in 28 by 28 so it will scale up, because scaling up looks better than scaling down, because this one looks like shit. And then do one where I make the background color of the Sakura pink disappear for all of the rewards, and then just go ahead and replace all the reward icons that are bubbles, just because there's no point to them being bubbles if I have floofs. You can do that manually, no? Yes, I can actually add a reward right now or change the name of a reward. Just so long as the name is acceptable by TOS. Which is why one of those says, feck this stiff, I'm out. Because I tried so hard to get it to do the thing. Would not take dashes, asterisks. Just nothing. You know what? Effect this stiff I'm out. It was funny, so that's the way it went. But I have a floof icon now. I'm slightly more professional looking. I mean, I'm still quality second screen content here, but I will never not be, so I'm fine with that. Sulfur has a thing where it changes automatically when you redeem it. What changes? Like the name? Because my intent is for it to, like, no longer say unexplored threat level 0, but say what it does, and then explored by, in the name. Person is Sulfur's favorite. Ah. So when you redeem it, so if I were to redeem that in Sulfur's channel and say Fluffy is Sulfur's champ. Fluffy is Sulfur's favorite, not Chamber It. But would that would be the redeem in chat where it pops up, but would that be what it says when somebody goes to click it and do the thing? Like the actual redeem name is changed at that point? I don't know, I don't redeem shit in her channel. I hoard my points for reasons. I don't know how she does that, and I will have to ask her. The other one, like just having it pop up and say, you know, user is favorite, that's easy. But changing the redeem name, I'm not... that's probably... not sure how to do that. I would have to ask her, but I also don't mind with the explorations, which are, you know, yeah, they're Elite Dangerous themed. Or at least their initial name is. I don't mind having to stop, change it, and then do the thing, because the thing is gonna just butcher all forward momentum, at least the first time anyway, so fuck it. And then... Doppel, if I could ask you... it was, well, actually I should probably just check the emotes page itself, instead of pestering my chat-specific members and calling them out like an asshole. Emote. If I click upload new, it'll just tell me. Resolution 120, or actually it doesn't say what size. Auto resize, there we go. 112, 56, and 28. Okay. So the last thing I need to do is make a blank template sheet for emotes. And then I will have successfully done all the art I was going to do last fucking week, but I got obsessed with the first part. Should I work on making a sheet that's 56 by 56 boxes so that they scale up or down one size, or like what's your opinion on that? Because I remember you showing us how to do that on stream, but again, you don't keep your shit together. You don't keep your shit, so it's gone. I don't remember what size box you suggested. And I will 100% bow to your expertise on anything art, because your art is amazing. I know I need to new. I did not mean that, Raffi. I meant does not keep her VODs. Everybody knows that. Make all the boxes 448 by 448. Okay, so when you're doing a emote, you're drawing it in 448 by 448. And then scaling it from there. Don't need ink lines. Okay. Thank you, darling. I really appreciate it. Raffi, shut the fuck up. So I need to first black. Then with Krita, I can see what it says. So this is probably the infuriatingly slow and terrible way of doing it. But it doesn't bother me as much as it's going to bother the actual artists in chat. Let me zoom in further so that it's a... Just because if you do small and then try to scale up, it looks terrible. Okay. I'm certain there's a far easier way to have done that. I'm 100% certain there's a far easier way to have done that because I'm pretty sure I know how I would have done it. Damn it. Draw. Move him a what? Pull you off to the side. Control C, Control V. Other people do 500 by 500. Why not 512 by 512? Damn it. Damn it. Of course. This is where the layers is doing me harm. Whatever. Stop doing the thing. Remember, every single tool is separate. Control-click the layer to select multiple. Ow! Smart. Smart Fox. Thank you, Fox. Pretty sure there's a spare layer in there anyway. Now with all of them selected, I can drag. And now with all of them selected, I can move just that one. No, you did not mention you were going to drop out. Right. Damn it! What the fuck, bro? What are you even... Why are you trying at this point, sir? Were you using Krita? Currently doing game design because you wanted to program games, but it's mostly an arts college. But now you're looking at going into programming because you enjoy programming. I mean, that is understandable. Got up coding boot camp. Okay, first of all, I've got way too many of these squares. I'm gonna do this the dumb way. Oh, it's all good. No worries, darling. Darling. 62, getting there. I like the fact that they do try to align themselves intelligently. Well, no. I can feel the program messing with my mouse to try and get things to line up. One of those is slightly off, and it's gonna bother other people more than me, I bet. And it's gonna bother the fuck out of me. Bother. I don't know how many of these I really need, but there's an entire page, so what the fuck ever. And thank you, Alter, for educating the boy. Not with that attitude. I should be ending soon myself, but thank you so much for joining me, Fox darling. It has been a pleasure having you here. I'm so glad that you had randomed into our darling cider elf to come here to ingratiate me with your company, to bless me with your presence. Consume some rest. Much love to you, darling. Four more. How to put a background color that is inoffensive. So something... like yay, and then bucket fill. Oh, good thing I didn't like that color anyway. Drop that. Just something so I'm not, like, causing my eyes to bleed looking at a white page. I don't know why you stayed white, but okay. I'll just go up to a higher mint. Nope, fine. It's like the worst Wordle ever. I don't actually know what a Wordle is. Consume sleep, Doppel darling. Thank you for your invaluable input, your wonderful presence, and just being here in general. Much heart, darling. Two more. Sure, there's a way to combine layers. That'd make all of this infinitely easier. Good night, Alter darling. And actually at this point I think I am done enough to be able to just save this. I really just wanted to make a base. Emote template. But you consume some rest as well, Alter darling. You have a lovely day. Let's drop over to chatting. That has been saved. Hey! We hit it. Also, it froze because I changed mids. You know what? You'll stay up there for now. Folks, thank you all once again, as I always say, for showing. This has been, like all of mine, an amazing art stream. I've really enjoyed having you guys here and being here. Let's see here. I don't see anybody on my list doing art, but Usa, well, she doesn't exactly need the blessings of a lesser streamer's raid. Indeed. She's doing an anime music quiz, and that sounds fun. Also, I haven't pestered Usa yet.
Wait, what? What the heck? You can't do that.
I made that
Holy crap,
clip
did
too.
I just get both of them in one hit?
I've done like 90% of Kels' clips, I'm sure. But we are going to raid out to Usa Chu. She is absolute cutie. She is a part of the same sort of group that, well, kind of group that Quilby's a part of, and Brutal and Aru and all of them. I also see her pop in around Comfy and folk like them. Your Clipper, do you also do nails? I did my own, yes. But I just turned off my hand tracking so you can't see them. Ha! Suck it. She is an absolute sweetie rabbit. Probably best bunny. Not gonna lie. And is doing an anime music quiz. So let's go bother her. What about Toes? Yeah. There we go. That shall be our message. And as I always say, and always mean from the bottom of my heart, be the monster you needed as a child, love without hesitation, and fight for peace. Have a good week, have a good night. I probably won't see you Sunday, but I might pop in to do some model building after my guest is gone. I don't know. But if not, I'll see y'all on Astroneer Monday, last one. Thank you again to Fox Lunaris for showing and being the newest darling in the fluff pile. To Raffi, of course, for always being here. And Avalon and Doppel and Alter and I thought I saw Kells, but I might not have saw. No, I was getting messages from them. But either way, have your Sunday won't be here. Bus. Well, that sucks for you. Have a lovely night. Have a lovely weekend. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.